tuana o loto fi mai lunga Samoa ia mua mua le atua I mea uma Samoa ia tau tuana
Batia, lourd parti, toi t'en vas,
Peace and blessings. Hey everybody, how we doing today? Welcome back to the channel. This is Simon Watchman, and man, it's been a minute since we've gone live outside of the church stuff, and it's good to be back on here talking to you all. And um, man, I miss presenting stuff, and so been quite busy. Been taking care of a lot of things. Lots have happened since our last podcast episode here. And if you are not familiar with the channel, you ought to know the drill. I don't plan nothing. I don't. I don't take notes. I don't make notes. Nothing. I just kind of come up here and start talking. Anyway, so I am David Mendes. I'm on Watchman again. Peace and blessings to you all. Hope you all are doing well. Lots of you I haven't spoken to in a while. A lot of you have been keeping in touch with through the chats, either on Ronnie's show or other podcasts. And we've been up to a lot lately here on YouTube. And a lot of it's been a lot of fun, but I always have to make sure I get back to my roots and start to um, display and portray and present um, whatever's on my heart. And that's what got me to start talking about certain truths or what I perceive as truth. And so here I am talking to you all from our new home. And so someone Watchman's got a new home, y'all, and thank God. What's up, everybody? Anyways, I'm holding my mic because my desk is not fully set up yet. And so, I feel like the old days, man, when I used to be preaching on the pulpit, holding the microphone. Here I am again. I don't got my boom stand, so I'm just holding my microphone. Hey, what's up, everybody? Yeah. Got a new liquor. Pulled up one of the old overlays, and today I wanted to talk about something that is, that's been on my heart for the longest, and that is the Mandela effect. Some of you guys know about the Mandela effect. Some of you have heard of it. Some of you just kind of brush it off. And, I, for one, I think I'm really similar to Brian Staley's thoughts on the matter. And, man, I forgot to text somebody that I was going live today. Let's see. What's up? Who's up in here? Chad, I'm trying to send you. Hey, what's up, Indy? How you doing, girl? I know it's been a minute since I've been live. It's kind of a last minute thing. I got a small little window, and I said, what? Screw it. Let me just get up on here. Let me send somebody the link to this. There you go. Chat. Sorry, bro. There you go. And what's up, JH? How you doing? Welcome. Good to see you guys. Tiger 454. How you doing? Yeah. And so today we're talking a little bit of Mandela. I haven't really. Well, yeah, I have actually. It's been a while ago, man. Ben, thank you so much, Andy. Appreciate that. Came across some residue, and if you're into Mandela, that. Well, I mean, you got to get evidence, right? That's the tricky part. Things are changing in our reality, and we got to find out. We're trying to figure out why it is, why it's working, why it happens, who's behind it. Is it a man? Is it the devil? Is it God? Who's behind this crap? You know what I'm saying? And so, man, we got a guest in the house. Everybody, welcome, Big Chad. What's up, man?
What up, brother?
How
How's
you
it going?
doing, man?
I'm good.
Right on, right on.
Been
There
chilling,
was somebody
bro.
else.
Just been chilling.
Right on.
I
I
seen
got
you
up,
singing
man.
earlier and shit. That was pretty cool. Trying to make you laugh how you were singing and shit. That's why I typed that.
Oh, no, it's all good. So I was that's really a crochet channel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She does crochet. She does little cooking, gardening, stuff like that. And yeah, she's been tuning into us singing in karaoke streams, and she decided to start something of her own. So last week was I believe was the first week on her channel, and decided to get up on there and show some support. She's been very supportive. I bring it every day. She's a cool person.
Yeah, he's
Um,
real cool.
yeah, you're more than welcome to join us next time. It's every
I know.
Thursday
I
on this night.
almost was gonna, bro, and shit. I had Blue on earlier and shit.
Don't I
Blue,
love. I
blue,
had to like.
blue weird, bro. I was like, damn, what a sign and shit.
I know, right? Same thing
Seen that,
happened last
Andy.
week.
Thank you.
Same thing happened last week. We all hopped on there. We're like, why are we all wearing blue? So
Uh,
um, today I decided to put my blue on too.
oh,
That
it's
was
your birthday,
Friday.
JH. That's awesome. I'm sorry. I
Oh,
mean,
no, you good? All right. Somebody's birthday? I missed it. Oh, today's my birthday.
JH556.
Right on. Happy birthday, JH. Oh man,
Mm,
now all my stuff's just flooding in. I sent a message to Ed too. Ed was wanted to come in. All right, cool. Yeah, man. So um, Mandela effect, man. It's been something that has really caught my attention. I think out of all the things that we talk about, Mandela really does kind of how do I say? I think it kind of dwarfs all the other subjects because no matter what it is that you're into, if things are going to change and it's outside of your control, I mean, you just really can't do nothing about it. That kind of like to me, the kind of takes the front step. That's got to be at the forefront of our attention. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what do you think, man?
yeah, it's shit. Something's definitely awry. You know what I mean? There's something going on, and everybody can see the shit, man. And it's so obvious. A lot of these things. It's like
Yeah,
it's
man.
they're like a little slip in the whole construct because some people don't like calling it a matrix. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But what is it? What are we? What is this? Is it a predetermined plan that's already been set by God and that
Hmm.
gets deviated by who knows what? Are these
Right.
kinks in the armor that the devil's doing? You know what I
Hmm.
mean? Go and fucking take Ed McMahon off the scene. I don't know,
Yeah.
bro. I really don't. I know there's a lot of spiritual stuff going on, and this shit, like what's happening now has been told.
All right. Yeah.
And you
I
know
think.
everything that in the Bible as far as all the words being changed and shit, bro.
Hmm.
That is an ominous or make your sus meter go off, and I really don't know what will, bro. You know.
Yeah, for sure. So there's a few things that you got to worry about, or a few things you got to consider when it comes to Mandela. And some people call it well, like Brian Stabley is probably the biggest channel that covers this. Brian Stabley and Brian McFarlane. I
Oh,
know there's a few others.
I don't never really watch Mandela channels to be honest. I should.
Oh, when I started looking at it, I was like, you know what, man? It's kind of like when you start focusing on Mandela, you start to realize that everything else, it's kind of not to use an overused word, psyop, but everything is kind of there to like make us, go back and forth on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got the whole left and right paradigm, the blue and red, and you got other people that are into spiritualism and versus, the traditional canon, and then you got other people that, I mean, there's all kinds of things to consider, but no matter what truth you follow, uh, to look at the Mandela and you realize, like, damn, Mandela kind of dwarfs everything else.
What up, brother? Good to see you. Yeah,
What's up,
Andy.
Bella
You
Speak?
can feel things are off. Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
100%.
there's new ones, bro. I watched the podcast. Well, I sent it to you. Did you watch that arcade?
I just saw the video. Is that the link that you sent on
Mm-hmm.
Discord? I
It's
caught
like
a
a
little bit of it.
Zoom meeting basically like this, and and they're teaching him a bunch of shit too. There's that panel's pretty knowledgeable. It'd be
I got
right
to
up
get
your
on.
alley.
Yeah, man, I got to check it out. It's a lot of stuff to watch on. I mean, there's hours and hours
It
of
gets
stuff.
overwhelming too, for sure.
It does. It does. And then one of the big things to me is how people can just dismiss it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, we got, we talk about flat Earth, talk about how people just can't see. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't see NASA's lying to you. You can't see all this and that, or the government's hiding stuff. But Mandela is something weird, man. It's almost like what I used to talk about a lot in my podcast is people just being under some kind of almost like a hypnosis. You know what I'm saying? It's like a spell. Like they just can't snap out of it. And really, it's not even ignorance anymore. It's not even people being unintelligent to see the pieces of the puzzle here.
I got
It's
something.
almost
I got
you know.
something for you about that because last night you were in my chat, or mine and Ronnie's chat that I was on too last night.
Yeah,
You were, we
yeah. I
were
was in
talking.
and out. Uh huh.
We were talking about the Cabbage Patch Kids and all kinds of stuff like that.
Yeah, that's right.
The reset. um, bro, I found something that this dude, he's just a TikTok, but it's like a
Hmm.
2 minute long TikTok, and he breaks down some stuff. And it's pretty interesting. And I could show it to you guys if you want me to, but I
Yeah,
know
for sure.
people are sketchy on certain things, but I mean, I wouldn't be scared to put it on my channel, but I also take everything down too. So
Yeah, whatever
you're
you want to share, whatever you want to bring to the table, let me
sure
know.
you're the man, so I'm just gonna let you make the call. You know,
How do I make it to where you can share stuff too?
I'll set it up, and then all you gotta do is add it to the screen, like you
Okay.
added me. Same
Okay,
thing.
for sure. Cool.
Boom, 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 boom. This is pretty crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Really, I was like, damn, all right. This is pretty.
If anybody's got questions on Mandela Elite too, like I don't know how much people know about it or what they've heard about it. If anybody got questions, throw them up there and see what we can do to answer because it's kind of hard. It's a huge subject, man. You know, what I'm saying there's so
Mhm.
much we can talk about when it comes to the Mandela effect.
Well,
Uh,
there's like categories. Like some are like commercialized, some are
yeah, personal.
uh, some are in film, some are in structures, like the Thinking Man and shit. Like
Yeah,
where was his shit at? Was it like
yeah.
this?
Was this this or
How people got it like he's on his palm, or I don't know what it is. Fucked up. Like the people that are posing in the picture don't match the statue anymore.
yeah,
I mean, that ain't some wild shit.
yeah. So the thinking man has changed position of his hand, and
Oh yeah, for
they got
sure.
they got pictures of children, like entire classes, taking a field trip out there, and you see all the kids doing this in front of the statue,
Yeah,
hand on the forehead, and then now the statue's changed.
he's
So
got
it's
his
something,
palm on his. He's got his hand like his palm on his. He's just
right?
resting it on his chin and shit. Weird.
And a lot of people still chalk it up to mass mismemory and a wrong memory that a large amount of people are experiencing at the same time. Like, nah, man, like
Okay, bro.
that doesn't
Here's my question on that. If that's the case, well, how come
Mhm.
all these other people remember it the other way then?
Exactly right.
You know what I mean? If yeah, okay, we all forgot something and it's wrong, but why do these guys remember complete opposite? It's not.
Yeah.
It's a different construct.
So the key to this game, I guess, right now, number one is finding the residue. And if you don't know what residue is, that is evidence that something used to be another way, right?
Exactly.
So it used to be the
Residue.
old spelling.
Yeah. Then means that
Um,
they didn't get it removed.
right.
You know what I mean? They left some info.
So as I've been thinking about it, I mean, you all know I've been going through some stuff lately and transitioning and finally got everything over here to the new house, and so I'm just unpacking. And I took a little break to come on here and go live, but um, as I was doing something, as I'm taking care of this transition, I was just going through my head like, man, when I get a chance to go live and start talking about some Mandela effects, I started to find some residue. You know what I'm saying? And
Oh,
so,
shit.
yeah, I picked up on some things that are different. That I got some residue on the Heisman Trophy. All right, so for those of you who
Wow.
don't know, Heisman Trophy position has
Man,
changed.
we talked about that too the other time. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I got some clips on there that don't make sense, man. One of them is from a movie, uh, and then I also got some residue on Fruit Loops. The spelling of Fruit Loops.
Desmond
So
Howard did it in the damn end zone, bro. I watched the
yeah,
game.
he's one of the more famous ones. You know, and then Mariota did it. Uh, there's a video called Mariota's Heisman pose goes viral where he hopped up in the air and he brought the one knee up. Right, he brings the one knee up and the other hand goes back for the stiff arm. Right,
Mhm.
and so that's the big difference. You got something to share on it,
Aaron?
or do you want to? Or you want to
Oh
continue
yeah,
on
I
with the?
got you. I was just letting you talk, bro.
Okay, we'll get back to the Heisman.
Huh?
We'll get back to the Heisman after you share.
You think we should sing happy birthday to JH556?
Yeah, let's do that.
I'll you want to take the lead vocal and I'll play the backup.
We do that. Nah,
All
man,
right.
I'm never good at this song. All right, JH556 is for
How
you.
about this? How about this?
All right,
How about I do the lead and you come in with the higher voice and smooth it out. Like
that sounds good to me.
to you. You know what I mean? Like put your words in there with mine. We'll hey Saul,
I try my best.
we'll wing it, bro. I'll try my best too.
Wing is a word. Let's do
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday
it.
to you. Happy birthday,
Birthday,
JH.
J556.
Happy birthday
To you.
and many more. Sorry, I wish I could do more.
Yeah, we
Happy,
need a Miss D up here to take care of that.
yeah.
We'll get another one for you,
That's
JH. No worries.
that's a legit song though. That's how it goes and shit. But I should have your real name, your YouTube handle.
What's up, Ed?
Damn, says LSP, that shit happened, bro. He said Citizen Man booted him. Say what?
What? Someone booted LSP? What?
Some people just don't learn, bro. They just don't. I don't know. Get out of control.
Ed, let me know if you want to come up, Ed.
You gotta know when to. You gotta know when to hold them. You gotta know when to fold them. You know what I'm saying? This
What?
dude, he kept holding on to his shit.
I don't know.
And
I don't know, citizen man.
he'll end up losing the whole game. Watch. You would have to just find out about it, bro. I'm sure it's out there.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to put everybody's shit out in the street. You know what I mean?
I got you. No, I hear his name. I hear his name from Ronnie watches him and stuff. But
Yeah. I just know I lost mad respect for the dude. I'll say it.
ah, that sucks.
Yeah.
Is he a truther?
Oh yeah, he's a smart cat too, bro. I
Oh,
learned
what's
that
up with that,
from
man?
him.
What's
Yeah,
up with that?
I don't know, maybe some shit in the air, bro. I don't know, but comes a time when you just gotta shut the fuck up sometimes and let it be.
Uh,
But
but there's like a weird thing going on where truthers just kind of
yeah, a lot of
I don't
people
know,
should
man.
still you gotta man up and check that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially with your fucking close people or who you think you're close with.
That sucks. That's it's just sad to see that. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
Yeah, it's my bad, Ed. Sorry, bro. So
This is the
I've
Jones
been
here.
I've
You
been
want to
talking
watch?
with Ed about coming up and doing Mandela, and then I
Oh,
caught a I caught a little window, and I was like, well, I'm just gonna go live now, man. It's been a minute,
you
and
in the shop?
yeah, he said it's too late where he's at. If you still want to come up, Ed, let me know. I
Man.
know you got neighbors and everything.
Well, man, this shit can be covered 5 nights a week or so much.
Yeah, there's so
You
much. You know what I'm
can
saying?
just break it down one category and just do everything that's in like the natural environment, Mandela effects, and then the next night do songs. The next night
Mm,
do TV shows and movies. You know what I mean?
yeah,
There's so many, dude. And then you
yeah,
can do a special night with just everything in the Bible.
and it's new stuff all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
New
And then
residue popping up.
add a new residue part of the show and shit.
So that's
I don't know.
people talk about. You know, I got turned off of YouTube. I mean, Facebook, man. And it sucks because that's where I keep in contact with a lot of my family overseas,
Mm-hmm.
and I share, Mandela up there, and for some reason, people started attacking me. Like, just as it's it's as bad as sharing flat
You're
Earth on
talking like you're
Facebook.
talking voodoo and shit.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like you start talking about some flat Earth stuff, you guarantee you about you get a troll like bunch of people just coming after you.
Yeah, they think.
Talking all kinds of smack.
Yes, sir.
You know, and I think they're controlled opposition. I think
12
they're
midnight. 12 midnight in
unions.
Michigan, boys. The only time zone that matters. 3323. What's that mean? 23323. Is that's two
I don't
times?
know.
I don't know either. Hmm.
So for you, man, what really caught your attention with Mandela? What was the first one that got to you?
Mm. Well, all the small ones, the typical Berenstain Bears, and
Mhm.
the little dash in between the Reese's or the Kit Kat. I mean,
Yeah.
um, little stuff like that. All the mainstream ones. But then when I
Mhm.
found out the one with that Moonraker, the James Bond movie,
Oh, yeah. You guys were talking about it the other day. Dolly or something.
apparently she doesn't have braces and shit on it. Never did, and
Yep.
that was like the whole part of the movie. It's like, and
Yep.
it doesn't, and then there's a lot of that kind of shit where it's like it doesn't even make sense. It's not even proper grammar in some of the shit they're saying, the way they say it and shit.
Yeah. 100%. You know, Jaws looks at her and falls in love because now she's a woman with the metal in her teeth, and that was
No
the happy
metal,
ending for him. You know what I'm
no
saying?
metal.
Yeah, no metal. And I think there was like some kind of commercial spoof of that ending. And so now that commercial makes no sense. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because they were like selling dentures or something. You know, but
Did you
what's
go? Did
crazy
you
is
go research that one? Did you the Moonraker one after we talked about it, or did
no,
you always?
I did not because Brian Staley talks about it a lot,
Oh,
and so
really?
yeah,
Man, I
that's
gotta
like,
watch this guy for a few times. Check it out.
oh man, Brian Staley, he's like, they keep shutting down his channels. He'll pop up with another one. You know what I'm saying? They come after him because he's putting everything to the forefront. I don't agree with some of the people that he brings to his panel because they start talking about, some weird stuff. They kind of take the what's the simulation theory to a whole nother level. And that I'm kind of like iffy on the simulation theory. I know, it kind of makes sense if you look at it a certain way. I just can't think, we can bottle up God into a computer program. You know what I'm saying? Like that kind of view of the what you call it, that of the simulation theory. I think in a way, yeah, we're all kind of a simulation of life. Like we're in a shell of a body, but we're really a spirit. You know what I'm saying? So we're living this simulated life in that form. Yeah, I can understand that. But when they're saying it's a computer program, and now there's dummy theories out there too, right? People just throw theories out there just to make people now anybody who doesn't know and wants to know, and they look at it and they go, "Oh, you believe what?" That a bunch of
I
Indians
got you.
are controlling. They said we're all like computer generated people, like a video game. We're living a simulation, and then there's some Indian people from India that are computer geeks that are running us and playing us as characters. I was like, you guys are just throwing theories out there just to make us look stupid. So if anybody talks about Mandela effect, people are going to automatically go, "Oh, those guys are morons. They think Indian kids are running the world." You know, Dummy theories like that are being thrown out all over the place, and so that's kind of my turn off to TikTok. It's like TikTok is there just to throw everybody off, off the scent, by throwing stupid
Remember
theories
when
out.
remember when Tom Cruise comes sliding in Risky Business? Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, that's right.
Take those old records off. What was his outfit?
Uh, Socks, underwear, shirt and glasses.
What kind of shirt?
Damn. I want to say it was a dress shirt.
Like a white button-up shirt?
Yeah.
Okay, what color was it? For if you know for sure, was it white? I said white, but is it white?
Yeah, I remember white.
I'm not trying to lead the witness here. Yeah,
How
that's
much?
what I remember too. And then what you say glasses, right?
Yeah, I'm not even a fan of the movie. I just
Okay,
remember TBS
that's how
main
I
commercial.
remember it, bro. Right?
Yeah.
They even sell Risky Business T-shirts or costumes that come
Uh,
with white shirt, some long socks, a pair of boxers, and a pair of shades. He's never wore the shades in the movie, and his shirt's like a blue color now.
what the hell?
Pull it up on YouTube. I guarantee. Yeah, he don't have shades now, bro. Never
Yeah,
did.
right.
I have
Wow.
no idea what the Mandela effect is.
Let me
Unbelievable.
see.
Lord Spike, what it is it's term that's coined from Nelson Mandela. Everybody believes that he had died in the apartheid when he was in jail and shit. Well, coming to find out, he died like an old ass man and here recently, a couple years ago and shit.
What the hell,
And
man? I'm looking at it now.
it's boggling everybody's mind and shit. That's where the term Mandela effect comes from.
Wow, that's crazy. Let me read
So
this.
anything that you know of was a certain way, like I know. And you get people, bro, that know the Bible and they know every word of it. And that's what they study. That's just their life. And you got computer geeks that are gamers, right? Like modern warfare people, they know the whole map. They have that shit memorized in their head. They know every sign, every barrel they could hide behind, every turn. You know what I mean? It's in their brain. So when they see a big ass yellow sign that's blocking this one window they used to shoot out of, and they're like, "What the hell? Did somebody edit the code?" Well, it wasn't. It was always there supposedly, and these gamers are online freaking out like that's not true. It's never been there. It's written in the original code too. It's weird how that changes or how the words in the Bibles change physically, or are we just is it changing in our mind, our vision as we see it? We're not seeing it anymore like that. Our eyes are picking up a new word. That's why they call it spelling, bro, because
Mhm.
they're casting spells on you.
LSP, would you mind answering some questions since you don't know what the Mandela effect is? I think it's a good, if we could because he knows the Bible, I believe.
Yeah,
I think he knows the Bible. If we threw some questions out there and see if he got it right, or even other things like this risky business thing. Somebody else who put Salt and Light put
I wrote
shades.
shades in there. I'm,
Yeah,
I'm telling you, they
six.
sold a costume, bro, a Halloween outfit, and it was more like for adults, like for a Halloween party, because it was like shorts, but they look like boxers and just a shirt, pair of shades, and these long ass socks.
Let me see if it'll play. Risky business. All right.
I don't know if you're gonna get in trouble for playing the soundtrack part of it though.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute it. But let me see where does he come in?
Right about there.
Right
Right
now, right?
there. Yeah.
Doesn't
You
he
see?
slides in? There you go. He's
Yeah.
supposed to slide. There you go.
Yeah. Here you go.
All right, so
Put
here's
it
what
on.
we're
You put it on a big screen, and his shirt looks a different color too, bro. Like it was like a bluish color, and what you just had right there kind of looked pink to me.
yeah, it does look pink.
Yeah. You
He
see,
got
I thought he
socks.
had boxers on, but he's got tidy whities. It looks like.
He's got socks.
Oh, that's
Pink
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 or
dress shirt.
light purple.
No glass. Wow.
No
Uh,
glasses. They're just face and shit. And man, bro, I swear to God, I thought he had um, boxers. You know what I mean? That kind of came down his legs a little bit.
you know what? I mean, I think I have a double memory on that, and that's one thing too that we see often is the double memory, where you kind of remember two different ways that it possibly could be.
I don't know
Yeah,
what
but
they.
for sure the shades are missing though, man. That's crazy.
Well, what's the double memory you're having? This shirt color?
Well, I remember, like I'm remembering the briefs, but then everything.
Right.
I never watched this movie, but I remember TBS would advertise it a lot, right? And then
Right.
uh, I remember boxer shorts for some reason in the commercial. That's funny. But yeah, I think LSP is on it. It's some sort of magic. There's something up here. It's something supernatural. Because the
Well,
thing
I mean,
is,
shit's changing in real time, or our minds changing, or that's what I can't really wrap my brain around.
uh, and when it comes to the Bible changes, the number one, what do you call it, rebuttal that people give us, and this is even coming from big truthers, they'll even that deny the Mandela effect. They say, well, Bible changes are common. I mean, there's so many different versions of the Bible, but the number one version of the Bible that has changed is the King James version. That Bible has so many changes in it. Um, and it doesn't matter if you have a brand new one that you just bought at the store or it's your old family Bible that's sitting in your basement, the words will change. Like there's words in the Bible that were never there before. Like couch, muffler, matrix. The woman's womb is now called the matrix in the Bible. Which is ridiculous, man. I gotta handle something real quick, chat. One moment.
Yep. Dude left me all alone and shit.
I sure did. Kids, man.
No, I'm just fucking with you, bro. I was just trying to think of what to talk about. I didn't want to
Oh no,
talk
I was
about.
saying
I don't
the
want to talk
words
about
that
the Mandela
go
effect
ahead.
without you being here.
The words that are in the Bible now that shouldn't be there, like the word grain has turned to corn, right? But the Bible was written what a couple thousand, some of it is a couple thousands of years ago, right? And here we have the word corn in there now, when corn never even existed till the 1600s from the Mexicans, and then traveled its way back to the east. So why is corn now in the Bible? You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. If someone is to translate it now and say, oh, well, now there's a new translation and the word grain is now being turned into the word corn, corn never existed.
What
What would,
animal? What animal's gonna lay down with the lamb?
that's the big one. That's the big one, right? So, lion and the lamb, right? There's songs about the lion and the lamb, you know? But
That ain't
I
no
don't I don't see no songs about the wolf and the lamb.
It's the wolf now.
That's
What
crazy.
about the bottle? The lambskin didn't come in the bottle.
So I shared about that one time in my podcast. So now the parable Jesus talks about with the wineskins, right? That you don't put new wine in old wineskins. because the wineskins, the old wineskin will not be able to contain the new wine. It'll break. So now it's changed to bottles. Now, I used to be a preacher, and I preached on that parable in 2009 and also in 2018. And that was the last sermon I preached when I was a preacher. That was the last sermon I gave, was on the wineskins. And here I am doing my last sermon, right? 2019. I'm up there on the stage in front of the church, and I'm reading that parable, and I'm like, what the heck? Like, why does it say bottles? It hit me right in front of the church, bro. I was like, what the heck? It says bottles. I was like, okay, I must have a different Bible than I had last time. But no, it's been changed. Jesus now talks about putting wine in bottles.
That doesn't even make sense, bro. Because the whole thing was the fact that the lambskin will deteriorate over time, and
Exactly.
the strong wine will enhance that. You know what I mean, and make it weak.
Yeah. So
A
to answer the
bottle will never deteriorate, so why even put
no,
that in?
exactly, it doesn't
Weird.
make sense. No, now it's there's pick up your mattress, or pick up your, yeah, they used to say bed, and now there's couches, now there's mufflers. Uh, what other words are there in there? Oh, the big unicorn. That's a big one. I fought people on Facebook about that when I posted that. People were upset. And I'm like, oh, you're an idiot. They're like, don't you know that the unicorn is a scientific, or what is it called? The unicorn is a scientific word for rhinoceros. I was like, oh, well, you showed me. I'm an idiot for questioning that there was a rhinoceros in the Bible. The same verses talk about the farmer would use the rhinoceros, your so-called rhinoceros, to go and plow the land. So I didn't know, Israelis and Egyptians back in the day used to harness a freaking rhinoceros and plow the land. So it doesn't make sense, you know, because the verses that use that word originally, it was the Rema, right? The wild ox. That's what that. Where you guys going? Okay. And I'm sorry, man. I'm trying to be a parent at the same time.
No, you're good, bro.
It's
Go ahead.
yeah. So the same verses talk about. I think it was Job where it was saying that, the wild ox, the Rema or the Rama is not gonna go and put, the plow on itself and go plow the land. I'm paraphrasing here, but that's what the Bible says. The ox is not going to go and do it by itself. And so now that word Rema has been changed to unicorn, and I'm like, oh, the unicorn was never in the Bible, and people are trying to say, well, that's a rhinoceros because unicorn means the one horn, and so
Right.
that's what the Bible is trying to say. And I was like, well, even if it doesn't make sense, it doesn't
No,
make
it don't.
sense.
Ed put in there about is the is it on Liberty Island or Ellis Island? It's on Liberty Island, bro. And do you
Uh,
know? Does anybody know about the Black Tom event?
yeah, that's crazy,
Like,
right?
what is the first terrorist attack that happened
Hmm.
on U.S. soil? 9/11, right? That's what they
Yeah,
said.
yeah,
But
that was like
here,
the.
what they teach in school? No, it was the Black Tom event. It was during
Yeah.
a war that we weren't personally involved in, but it's kind of similar to how the stuff's going in the Ukraine Russia war. Because what
Hmm.
happened was is we were given weapons, right? And um, basically funding one of the sides. So the opposition came to our harbor and blew up this train full of ammunition, and it was the biggest attack ever at that time. I forget how many people got killed, but it blew up so hard that the concussion supposedly cracked the base of the Statue of Liberty, and that's why you can no longer go into the base anymore and visit the Statue of Liberty and go up in the torch.
Hmm.
I guess you've never been able to for a long time, and people said no. I
Right.
got pictures of being in the torch.
Yeah.
Come on. My mom's got pictures. They walked around the whole torch.
Yep,
Nobody's ever been in the torch, bro.
exactly.
Like
So
the
this
people
is
that clean it and shit, and the
yeah,
engineer. Obviously.
and that's supposed to be pre-World War, right? That was before the World War.
I'm
And I
about to
rem-
turn the century, bro. Some shit happened.
yeah, my 10th
Uh,
grade.
Unit Dr. Ryan said there's one before Black Tom now.
Oh,
It's news to
serious?
me. Yeah.
So that now the first attack on American grounds, it's just newer and newer stories every time. Uh, and so yeah, I remember I had a sixth grade algebra teacher and my 10th grade uh, history teacher. I remember them well because my history teacher, her husband was one of our coaches, and he was also a history teacher there. And they both had memories of the torch. In fact, I remember them talking about going to New York. They took a couple weeks off, and they went. And that was weird because it's in the middle of the school year, and so I'm like, "How did you do that?" Because I thought you guys take vacation in the summer with us. Anyways, they got to go. They went and took a couple weeks, went to New York, came back because they were all excited about visiting all the sites, and they were so bummed. Right, this is what, man, 2002, and they come back and they're like, oh man, the torch is shut down. We can't go up there no more. We were able to go last time, and I was like, sitting just listening to their story because they're all about the historic sites, and I'm like, oh, that sucks. But I always had that ingrained in my head. Like my teachers went at one time. They had went, a few years ago. I don't know, in the '90s or something.
Mhm.
So why do I have that memory of them talking about it and being all bummed out about them not being able to go back up that torch anymore when apparently nobody's been up there? It's crazy. Stavely has a video on it and said, let's see,
Someone blew up
somehow
a Capitol building. What are you talking about?
what?
You trolling? Indoctrinated.
I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen it unindoctrinated, Ryan-aided. Let's see. Do you know someone with pictures? No. Or you know what? Man, that's a good question. I can't remember pictures, but I remember talking about it for sure because they wasted half of our class when the day they came back. British world, British in the War of 1812. Okay. Yeah, man. Let's see. I remember that. So before we get into this, the residue I have today, the Berenstein ones was probably okay. So the Berenstein ones was the first one I heard, and I really didn't give a damn when I first when I first heard somebody talking about Mandela effect. They were all about the Berenstein Bears, and I was like, okay, it's whatever. And I mean, I didn't pay no attention until months later when my dad died. That's when I had my big personal Mandela effect, and I'd say that's what sets apart the Mandela effect from a lot of other things because the personal changes are crazy, man. When people have personal changes and they'll say like, man, I grew up in this house and all of a sudden there's a pillar here in the middle of nowhere, and this is different. There's different a number of steps
Was
on
it
our
on the left
staircase.
when it was always on the right?
Yeah, it's weird stuff like that, and people don't pay no attention to it until I mean somebody really does, and they're like, wait a minute, what I'm saying, like, what, how the hell did this happen? For me, was my father when my dad died. And me and my siblings all knew. Like we were like, okay, dad's favorite color was yellow. Everything's got to be yellow, and only me and my brothers and my sister could remember that. Everybody else were like, what are you guys talking about? Your dad liked all the colors. He liked the rainbow. Everything's got to be rainbow. This different color, multicolors. And we're sitting there scratching our head like, why the hell could you guys not remember that? My dad had a yellow Toyota truck. He bought all the dishes were yellow. He painted our apartment yellow, which I just moved, right? I went through an album where I had my dad's pictures in there. I got pictures of his yellow truck. I got pictures of our apartment painted all yellow. You know what I'm saying? Me and my kids were all little. You know what I'm saying? My siblings. Yeah, man. But nobody could
Crazy,
remember
bro.
that. Yeah.
Hey, let me step away real quick.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. So I have on my channel a couple times where I was able to discover some residue. I'll share the Berenstein Bears. If anybody remembers the Berenstein Bears, the spelling is, or Berenstein, right? Berenstein, right? And now it's Stain, Berenstain, you know? Berenstain does not make sense to me. I mean, I wasn't a big fan of the book, but I remember the show. I remember there's a cartoon, and there's a that's a theme song for the Berenstein Bears. Now, I found a couple pieces of residue when it comes to that. Number one is if you go watch the cartoon of the Berenstein Bears, even on YouTube, go to YouTube, watch the Berenstein Bears intro or any of the episodes. They have a few free episodes there. You'll be able to see the theme song or hear the theme song in the beginning. And of course, what you see on the screen is going to be Berenstain Bears. However, you turn on the captions, and if you turn on the captions, which is a big thing, if you want to catch Mandela effect residue, or if you want to see evidence of something that used to be different, check out the captions, and you'll see, even though they're singing Berenstain Bears, all right, and the words on the see how like my logo right here, like the logo for the Berenstain Bears is now spelled with an A. You will see in the captions that it's still being typed out Berenstein or Berenstein, Stein. It's pretty crazy. And so, same thing with let's see. Oh, the other evidence, the evidence that I've discovered um, was through the show The Office. How many of you guys like the show The Office? I don't watch TV, but man, I used to love the show The Office. And there's an episode where Oscar, right? Oscar is the accountant, the Latino guy, and the dude's smart, right? He's really into trivia, right? And so he likes to go to this trivia gay bar, right, and participate in these trivia matches with the other tables and stuff like that. So the whole office they go down there, and they decide to compete with him over this $500 they're trying to win. And so you have to name your table, right, your group of people to compete in the trivia match. You got to name your team, and of course it has to have some kind of gay connotation, right? And so Oscar names his team, instead of the Berenstein Bears, it's the Queerstein Bears, right? But he spells it with the word queer, Queer. I'm about to tell myself right here. Queer stain, Stein. Right. So if this dude is a smart dude, right, that is really into um,
You would
trivia,
know that. Yeah.
yeah, he knows random stuff. He should know the correct spelling, but apparently not. They spell it Stein. And I was watching The Office one day, and I was like, "Oh, look, what the hell, man!" And he just, they're giving away more evidence right there.
You know,
Yeah.
pretty
Uh,
wild. Yeah,
yeah.
Burn. It was D. Good to see you guys.
Hey, everybody.
Latina, what's up? Making some lemonade. A little Crystal Light.
Oh,
Like,
nice.
I know.
I gotta get me some of that stuff. Yeah. Cut out
Can't
the
do
sugars
it.
and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, bro. That sugar kill you.
Yeah, man.
I've been on a personal journey, bro. I've been doing real good for myself.
That's good. That's good, man.
Everybody know to do that with your water bottles. I did a little video on this.
I remember seeing that.
When you get your water bottles, and just get in the habit of doing it to make your trash less full. You know what I'm saying? It reduces it. Remember the old recycle commercial? Reduce, reuse, recycle. All right. Well, you want to reduce this down so you got more room in your trash can. So I always push it down upon itself, and while it's collapsed, put the cap on it, and then the air won't go back in there. Yeah, he said he saw the video too.
I saw
Right.
that.
Now, say you have just a little satchel and you can only take so much room. Well, say it would fit 3 bottles, right? Well, it would fit probably 10 of these. And you get to a source where there's potable water, crack it open, blow it up, and boom, you got yourself a vessel that's clean and
Mm-hmm.
food safe.
That's a good tip.
Pro tip. You never
You could
know.
also you could
Or if
also
you hit
splash
it.
it down and like leave some water in there, and then cheat the recycling man. You know, get your money.
I don't. But or if you're ever looking for stuff and you're on the run, it'd be easier to carry these than it would be a bunch of bottles.
Shit. Oh yeah.
Carry more of these so when you get to a water source, you can fill them all up. I don't know.
Hey, it
I just
doesn't. It's not gonna crack on you and stuff like that. You know,
right. I
pretty
mean, I imagine if
durable.
you use it for 2 years, it probably would.
I can.
But it'll keep you alive for a month or two. If you long as
Yeah, I
you have a
remember.
water source or a way to purify water. You can go without food for a long time, bro. Not that we're getting way off track. I mean, I'm trying to take the show somewhere else. But
I get.
I was just throwing my bottle away, and that was an opportunity to show everybody. Really, is what it was.
Nah, yeah, for sure.
Uh,
We gotta do more. That'll be a good episode right there, man. Just doing little tips and little hacks here and there for people that haven't thought about it. It's pretty sure there's a lot of people that haven't prepared as much as they should.
yeah,
You know, maybe one of them. Yeah, man.
I take a
But
bunch of lighters in my kit. I think I showed that video too. And wrap them in duct tape. So you got about 4 or 5 feet of duct tape on there, and just keep it on your lighter. So if you
mm,
got your lighter on you, and if you ever needed a piece of duct tape, you get cut. You want to stitch it up real quick. Cut a little piece off your shirt, wrap it up, duct tape that bitch shut. Get yourself back to the hospital.
oh yeah,
Make a chest seal out of duct tape, bro.
duct tape will
Could
do a lot of stuff for you.
you could just put it in like a weaving pattern, and you have to make two because if it went through an exit wound, right? Or if it didn't go through, you would just use the one. And then what you do is you vent it a little bit, so when they breathe out, the air will release their lungs. This way, their lungs won't collapse. Somebody got a chest wound, stab, or shot or something.
Yeah, you're gonna wish you had it if I'll say duct tape man comes in handy everywhere.
Hmm.
I mean, Lake Elsinore, Latina haven't quite made it that way back yet. Maybe soon. We'll see.
You're managing both those accounts, I take it, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to get off the Samoan Watchman channel and eventually get be 100% on the Big Samoan uh for now. I got some stuff that I need to be taken off of the channel.
Mm.
Yeah, before it gets too late. But yeah, man. Today I got some. I got some Heisman residue. Let me see. Let me
Ed
see if this is
Ed put in
correct.
there before you jump on that one. Ed put in there, but even before the War of 1812, America was already putting up with Muslim Tripoli pirates taking American hostage in the ocean
What?
water. The Tripoli War between Jefferson and the Tripoli pirates. I'm very sure that could probably happen, bro. I miss D.
Man, I didn't know about that one.
Yeah, it would seem legit, and of course they would scrub that. He said down here he
Yeah,
wanted to be seen to comment on the Tripoli pirates. That's why
Ed's
we
got
got.
some knowledge, man.
Oh yeah,
Let's
Ed, you should
see.
jump up here one of these nights with us or with me and Ronnie. It'd be fun.
Let's just do my moderator sweep here, and so a few people haven't had it yet. Yeah, man, it was good talking to you about the freaking Heisman Trophy, man. That one got me because one of my favorite movies was well, I wouldn't say my favorite, but it was all right. The Replacements. Man, you remember that movie?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Danny
Yep.
Bateman. Let's see if I can get it up here.
They had to replace all the football players and shit with
Yeah, they
the
replaced the whole football team with a bunch of
drugs.
people that former like cops and inmates and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So for those of you that don't know, the Heisman Trophy is one hand stiff arming towards the back. I remember like going at an angle towards the back. Is that what you remember, chap? Right, and then one foot on the ground, and one knee up. So it's kind of like you're stepping
The
over
high
one dude,
knee, he's pushing
yeah,
it, stepping up.
pushing up off the other guy. And so all of a sudden, well, now the thing has changed. And now you got both feet planted on the ground. One foot is forward, but it's on the ground. It's a big difference. And you got the dude, pushing forward, and he just looks weird. Even his head looks big and face looks different to me. Let me see. I'm gonna share the scene here.
Please no, don't put me there. It'd be rough. It'd be a rough go.
What's that?
You're about to throw me in timeout and shit. I ain't got no authority over here. I said I don't want to be out of here anyways. That would be funny though. I mean, that's a good one. That's a good one. Throw the guest down for the show in timeout chair and shit.
Would it work?
Just making
I don't
bad
know,
choices. I had to do what I had to do. Shit, I'm still a mod. You know what I mean? Videos up there messing up. I'm gonna get his ass. I respect. I'll keep the tone down for you, Latina. All right, I'm gonna mute, bro. If you're gonna play something.
I just realized. Yeah, we'll give it to that. So this is the first game, right? Here's everybody. Um, so now we got a bunch of misfits that are over here replacing the team, and these guys are about to come out the tunnel for the first game. All right, this guy right here is the one I'm focusing. I don't know if you can see my arrow. Number 56, Danny Bateman. Danny Bateman is the middle linebacker, and he's going to come out. He's all crazy right here, and then they have this wire to trip him up. And dude comes out, hits all the cheerleaders. Then he gets up right here, and he gets to the front of the tunnel, and then he strikes the pose. Boom. So here we go. There's a Heisman pose right there. Well, he's actually to the front, but still the knees up. Now, you think that I mean, we see they're calling the players that are doing it on the games, the college games. They're saying the players are doing it wrong. That these guys don't remember the right way to do it, right? Which is ridiculous, right? Every football fan or collegiate football fan knows what that pose is, and they're always waiting for that opportunity to strike that pose when they hit the end zone, right? One foot up, knee up, and the other hand striking the stiff arm. But here's the dude doing it in the movie. Now you would think that the director, is some kind of football fan, or they hired some kind of like an organizer, someone who knows football, because these are actors. They're not really athletes. You know what I'm saying? Is you would think they would bring in some kind of expert to show everybody, like, hey, this is what you're gonna do. Here's your bucket step. This is your fire step. This is how you block, how you catch, all this stuff. All right. So here's Danny Bateman, John Favreau, the actor and director, striking the pose the wrong way on the movie. There was no director to tell him he was doing the Heisman pose wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, they told him he's going to come out here, hit all the cheerleaders, get up for the camera, and strike the Heisman pose. All right, but nobody was there to tell him anything different. Nobody was there to correct him. What you think about that, man? Even in the movies.
Wow, bro. And there's a football drill when you do your calisthenics.
Mm-hmm.
Is the high knees. High knees. It stretches out your hamstrings. It helps build foot movement. It's real good
Mm-hmm.
if you're a running back too. Obviously,
Yeah,
you
for
grab
sure.
a hold of you is easy. Keep your legs moving. High knees. That's what part of the Heisman was. You throw the knees up high, so if they try to dive tackle you, you're not
Uh-huh.
you're reaching into nothing.
Right.
That's when you stiff arm them, and then it's weird, bro. It's definitely strange. I know. I mean, I like Lord Spike and Sharon both said I used to be real big into football and shit, but I don't watch it anymore either.
Mm. Yeah.
I just
Uh,
I lost interest that whole bread and circus thing, and when they started kneeling and shit, little
man,
rich bastards
it's
getting paid
indoctrination.
to play a sport that I love to play. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
You're making millions to do it, and you're complaining. To wake up every morning and fucking kiss the flag because you live here instead of fucking not kneeling for the national anthem.
I
Ah,
think
that's
it's more. No,
come
I
on.
think you're right. You're right on that. I mean, I went through that whole man. I went through fights and arguments with family and church members about that because I'm over here looking to, I'm seeing it too. I'm like, can we just play football? Like, can you just go out there and play football? You know what I mean? And our tradition is to, honor
Mhm.
the country that allows us to play this thing. You know what I'm saying? And so,
Right. People fought
you
and
know,
died for that flag and shit. They'll shed their
oh yeah,
blood and life and wrecked families and everything. You know,
yeah,
it sucks looking back now knowing that all that shit was all planned and
yeah.
an operation too.
Those football,
One family controlling both sides of the war and shit.
yeah, 100%. Those football players are just like this, man. Actors out there.
Oh yeah, and
You
then now you
know.
see so many shit going on with like people faking
Hmm.
things and that whole. I mean, even way back with the Tom Brady and the football Jones, where you have
For
enough
sure.
air in it, shit. I mean, it's just
I mean,
throwing
how
the
many
ball.
how many of those playoff games are going to come down to the last 2 minutes?
Right,
You know.
and then they don't cover the spread ever. You know what I mean? So even if you pick the winner, they still don't cover. I think
For those of you who,
four.
my bad. For those of you who want to know more about Rick football, follow Pat Truthner. I recommend that channel. Not Jake the asshole, but Pat Truthner. That's a good dude. Good dude, and he does it pretty good, man. He's a high school football coach. He'll break down every play. He'll be like, "What's this guy doing? Why is this guy standing there? How come he's not going for the block? Why is this guy falling?" You know, what I'm saying all this weird stuff. Yeah. But yeah, man, definitely there to get guys like us, upset. You know what I'm saying? To seeing all these people crying out there on the field and kneeling on all this crap. And then the halftime show. I didn't even watch the last Super Bowl. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
what
But I
up with
know.
that black national anthem? Come on, man. What are you guys? Why segregate everybody again?
Did they do
Oh,
that?
we fought. Didn't Martin Luther King pray and fight against that? Yeah, they call it the black national anthem. I think they play it
Damn.
after the regular national anthem, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe
Oh
before.
wow.
Even. I don't remember, bro.
I
But
didn't
either
know, man.
way, dude, I mean, I'm all about people being proud of their races and stuff like that. But don't make a whole issue, you know.
Yeah.
They'd be shitty if they wanted. Where's the Samoan national anthem? Where's
Right.
the Hispanic American national anthem at?
Yeah.
Where's the
Where do we
Native
get in line?
national anthem? You know what I mean? It's like, when does it stop, bro? We got one national anthem. If you're white, black, fucking fudge ripple color, you can stand up and put your hand on your heart and sing the song for it. You know,
Yeah.
while you're looking at the flag. We only got one flag too. It does create division, LSP. That's 100% correct.
It does. It does. And
Maybe
I have
that's what they
family
want,
who are.
though, bro. That's probably what it is.
That's
They don't
exactly
want
what it
you
is.
getting along and being a big force and shit. They can't. They know they'd never root against them. I mean, they still wouldn't, but
You know, whether you believe in our history or not, the whole they call it the stain on American history, man, how that would happen. I personally don't think it really happened the way that it was taught to us. But whether you believe it or not, if we keep talking about it like that or keep highlighting that, what I'm saying, all you're gonna do is teach the next generation to continue to relive those you know, the slave days. And
Hmm.
I'm like, dude, I mean, I grew up in the hood with black folks and Mexicans and Cambodians and everything in
Oh, I
Long Beach.
did
I grew up in
too.
the hood. Like, we never experienced any of that stuff, man. It was all fair and easy for us. Like, what the hell you guys
We was
upset
all
about?
poor and shit growing up.
Yeah, man.
We all ate the same free lunch in my school.
Yeah, we got that. We all ate that government cheese, bro. What I'm saying? We grew up with that. And so
Drink that
now,
powder milk.
yeah, now people watch football and they keep having that same thing just regurgitated to them, and it just keep falling for the same, crying the same old tears, man. I'm sitting there looking around like, come on, bro. Like, we all have the same opportunity too. You know what I'm saying? You can get your ass up and go do something about it. And so it's easy as that. Sitting there crying about it, ain't gonna do nothing. And I got family who are black, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, I mean, I had pride being my culture too. But I'm pretty sure my people were slaves to some other island, which they were, and I'm not gonna sit here cry about it and say, "Where's my money?" Where's the what do you call that?
Reparations.
Yeah, reparations for all
You
that.
ever seen the movie Apocalypto? That's
Yeah,
up. All them, you know what I mean?
for
Them
sure,
slaves and shit. That was crazy.
100%, man.
It was
But
like South
this
America and shit. The Aztecs and whatever.
the logic that people get, it's an accumulation of education plus the stuff that they're listening to, the eye gates, the ear gates, the stuff that they're listening to, watching. It takes a toll, man. And so that's why you got to be careful, man. We don't watch any of the new Disney stuff. I like Marvels, but none of the new cartoons. Nah,
I don't
man.
watch any of that shit, bro.
It's all teaching the kids all this
I watch
bullshit narrative.
documentaries, or I'll be working on something, or
There you
listening
go.
to a live stream.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Let's see. Yeah, so that was my Heisman residue, and now I got something from. I love the show Cheers, man. I love Cheers.
I grew up
Uh,
watching it too. Always staying up late and shit. So it
yeah,
came on to,
you
what
know
was
what?
next? Night Court, I think, was after Cheers. Or was it? You ever watch Night Court with Bull, Shannon, and them?
No,
Harry,
I
the
have.
judge? Oh, yeah.
I've heard
You
it.
know
I
what?
heard the
Night
night
Court
court.
in chat? Come on. There's got to be one in Night Court person. I,
You
I
know, I
was a kid,
recently.
bro. I'd stay up and I feel like I understood the show and shit too. They'd have court cases at night, like third shift and shit. It was
What?
just minimal, just like smaller cases, like
Uh,
because the court system was so overwhelmed. They put
uh,
another shift in, and this one dude, he was a
what?
magician, but he would see these little petty cases and shit. You'd have to look it up, bro. I'm sure it's out there, unless that's a Mandela effect too, and it never was. Shit.
I mean, I heard the night court. I just didn't think it was. I didn't think it was
The
like an
bailiff was
actual.
a big dude. He's bald headed, named Bull.
That's cool. Yeah, I never watched that one. But yeah, I got into Cheers. Well, I got into Cheers really late, like 2018. I started watching the show, and I think I'm on the last episode of season 9. I think they got 2 more seasons left, and there's an episode where and part of the reason why I watch it too is because I'm kind of secretly, oh yeah, I'm looking for like residue. I'm like, I wonder if they're gonna make a reference to Darth Vader, which they did, or anything else that we don't remember anymore. You know, but Fruit Loops, man, Fruit Loops was um, spelled FROOT, right, and then Loops LOOPS, and but now it's spelled the regular way, fruit,
Yeah.
FRUIT. You know
Spell
what I'm
Looney
saying?
Tunes. Spell Looney Tunes for me.
Yeah, Looney Tunes. I remember LOONY Tunes TOONES. All right,
Pretty sure
Looney
it's
Tunes.
spelled tunes like regular tunes now, bro.
Yeah, right. Have you heard the explanation of that one? Why they say it's supposed to be tunes like a song is
Yeah,
because they said that the original show was called Melody, Merry
Mary.
Melody.
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah,
bullshit. That isn't
yeah,
wrong. I grew up watching this shit, but I'd sit there with my puffed wheat, and all that
uh-huh.
sugar that's on the bottom of the bowl and shit that never really dissolved. And I'd lay there in front of the TV and watch the shit. I know I've seen it, bro. I have a
uh,
good memory too. I feel like I
yeah.
do.
Now, if you look at, well, here's the thing. It's spelled. We remember tunes, Toons, like a cartoon, right? Which
Mhm.
makes perfect sense. It's a series of cartoons. It's a segment show.
All
You know what I'm saying?
right,
You got this character does his little 10 minute bit, another 10 minute bit, another 10 minute bit. That's what it's supposed to be. But the spinoff now of Looney Tunes is what they remade well, they have a spinoff show. It's Tiny Toons.
Tiny Toons.
So why is Tiny Toons
I
spelled
remember
T
the
O
song,
O
bro.
N S? Right?
It is. Yes,
It's spelled the right way.
the right
So
way. Change the
when
original Tiny Toons.
yeah, when something changes to a subject like a show, the spinoff will still have residue of the original. Tiny Toons is still spelled the same way that it used to. That way, we remember Looney Tunes to be spelled. It's the same thing with which kind of ties into what I'm about to share now with Cheers because it ties into what's the dude, the friendly neighbor guy,
Mr. Rogers.
Mister Rogers, right? So check this one. Where we at? Cheers.
Good night,
Okay, we'll
Ed.
play.
You got any
Later,
of that
bro.
info, Ed's email that to me, bro, about that Tripoli stuff. I like to scope it out.
Yeah, that
If you
sounds
have
interesting
anything, if not, don't worry about it. I can look into it.
for sure. Ed's like a wealth of
Bless,
information,
God
man.
bless, bro. Be safe.
All right, let me play this. So this is a scene where uh Fraser gets mad at Ted or not Ted, Sam. He gets mad at Sam because Sam is hanging out with Fraser's baby, and the baby wants to hang out with Sam only, and so Fraser's upset that his baby's now turned on him. So here's what he says. Now look at the captions.
Try to bond with my son over a bowl of fruit. Look,
So the captions catches the old way that we remember Fruit Loops, F-R-O-O-T, right?
Yep.
And so he
oh God, I love.
says, I love Fruit Loops. Yeah, the captions got it. Captions got it the original way. Now my computer picks the captions of anything I watch, and it has captions that it takes in, but it spells it the new way. Now people might say, "Oh, well, that's any. I mean, anybody could put a caption. But the captions are a good way of catching residue. Captions are a good way because I've seen it in the Berenstein Bears that I just talked about. Also, I've seen it in Mr. Rogers. Right when he sings the song, "It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood." Right, he doesn't say the neighborhood no more. He says this neighborhood. It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, which doesn't make sense to me. Do you remember it that way?
It's the neighborhood, bro.
Yeah,
I used to
right?
watch that show too.
Hell yeah, right. But the captions will still show you that it still says the neighborhood, even though what we're hearing is different. It's this neighborhood now. The captions still show it. Now, also, if you go to what was one of the characters, right? When the train went into the little imaginary land and there was the prince and that scary lady puppet with a big red nose. I forgot what that area is called, but it's all where the puppets are at. Right. One of the puppets was Daniel the Tiger. So Daniel the Tiger now he has his own show. Okay. Now we have a spinoff of Mr. Rogers. He has his own show. It's Daniel Tiger. Right. He sings the same song, but he still sings it. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. So if Mr. Rogers always said this neighborhood, why is Daniel Tiger saying the neighborhood? Doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up.
No,
You know what
they
I'm saying?
changed some of it, but they didn't fix it all. Or
It
make some of
doesn't.
it. It makes it look
Yeah.
more to us if you check. Looney Tunes uh, wouldn't change the wording and then keep it different on another on a on a
Right.
sub on a
Yeah.
sub off show. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. There's something. I used to be in business.
That'd be like Coke having a Coke Coke, like they spell it. And
Hmm.
doing like a Diet Coke or a Coke no sugar or something, but spell that Coke with a K.
Exactly.
That other Coke.
Exactly.
No, dude, that's not branding. Your branding
Okay.
is your branding.
That's exactly the point I was going to bring up. In business, there's something called the law of names, which refers to branding. If you have a theme, I mean, you got to stick with that theme. If your company has a slogan, you stick to the damn slogan. You don't switch it up. Because now you're messing up with the money.
Mhm.
Law of names and law of branding. That's a big, big thing in business. You wouldn't have a hit show called Looney Tunes and then spell it different with Tiny Toons. Now you're messing with the money. You know what I'm saying? That's a big no in business and entertainment.
Well,
You
that and
know,
merchandising too. You got all these toys out there.
that's what I'm saying.
To be the
That's what I'm
same
saying,
package.
man. Yeah, I just heard a new Mandela the other day with the Macarena. You seen that one?
Mm-mm.
So the Macarena, let me pull it. I think I have it here. The Macarena dance, man, that thing has changed.
Really?
I don't know if anybody in the chat knows the Macarena.
I used to know.
Um, there's a dude that does it.
It's something like this, and this. And you put your hands on
Yep.
your hips or some shit.
Yeah, there you go. So
Hey, my
you
friend, and
remember?
then turn at the same time.
Yep. So
Right?
it's like this. Your hands are like this, and then the other hand, and then this. You flip your hands, and then there's a part where your hands are crossed right there for your hips, right? And so let me play that one. Yeah, this dude's like this panel. This is I think Brian McFarlane. Um, they're covering it here. Let me see. Okay, so he's playing this TikTok.
Thank you.
And hip, cool. And and shoulder, head,
Drop on the volume a little.
hip, hip, hand, shoulder. Sorry, not. You probably do something like this. Hand, shoulder, head, hip, 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 hip. Cool, great. Here's the original music video. Hand, head, hip, hip. It's the whole thing.
That's the whole thing. They dropped so much of their dance, switched it up. There's no hand flipping. There's no cross on the waist. You know what I'm saying? Now that's
What?
the whole
Didn't flip
thing.
their hand.
Hip.
What was that?
They didn't flip their hand. Let me see again.
No, watch. Let me get
Head.
that.
Great. Here's the original music video. Hand, head, hip, hip. It's the whole thing. What?
If someone were to go up there and do that to the Macarena dance, they look so stupid.
Yeah, but is it
You know what I'm saying?
are those just edits?
It seems like on this TikTok, but I don't know. Maybe we can go pull up the actual music video and
I
pull
mean,
it
because
up.
the one thing about doing this kind of stuff, at least for
Uh
me
huh.
anyway, is I want to know for sure. So if the shit isn't true,
Hmm.
I want to know it isn't true. You know what I mean? I don't want no okey doke slid in there and be walking around saying, "Yeah, my grade has changed." And
I
all
know,
the
right?
work in editing it and just cut out part of the steps. I mean, it would be very easy to do that right there. But if that was
Oh, you know what?
the whole clip of the movie or the video,
Uh huh.
then I'd be like, "Damn, that's legit."
Let me go take. I'm gonna look at it right here before I play it up there. Also, it just pulled up a scene from Hotel Transylvania 3, and I know there's a scene on there too. Okay, so the girls over here doing the Macarena. Let's see. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, it changed. So the cuts were not by the TikTok. Let me share that. The
Wow.
cut. Yeah, the cuts were not by the TikTok video. Because at first I was thinking that too in the back of my mind, like maybe he edited
I
that.
just seen that. Thank you, bro.
Oh, here she goes. She's about to do it.
Um,
She goes one hand, head, head, hip, and that's it. Yeah, dude was right. The dude was right. It doesn't even look right, bro.
mm-mm.
I remember this song playing when it first came out. There's a karaoke song for you.
Yeah,
Let's do
right.
that.
I used to do La Bamba, bro.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I could kill La Bamba.
I was gonna come up there one day when the day I lost my voice, and I was like, I'm gonna come up there and do tequila and just say the one word and the, the whole song, like the dude did on America's Got Talent. Did you see that one?
Mm-mm.
He went up there and did karaoke, and they had the screen playing. You know how they had the words or the little bar that shows it's like the music playing, and he just watched the bar go across the screen the whole time he was up there until he gets to the part. He was like tequila. He didn't even scream it. He just said it all. Oh, boring. That was hilarious.
That's funny.
Oh yeah, that was pretty genius though. He actually got past the first round. Let's see him. Yeah, man, Mandela. The Macarena has changed. Yeah, Macarena's changed. It's crazy. I'm just sitting there. Now, there's one interesting thing is that the physical things around us are changing, and for people that are being introduced to it, that's already a big thing. Now it's like getting to the next step of, what I mean, as we're like peeling back the layers here. It's like, okay, we're noticing physical changes in the Bible, in our personal life. We're noticing it in movies, music videos, books, but the source of all this thing. I heard you shot off a couple theories when we first started this, and I think the big ones that people are getting, I hear people say CERN, which I mean, it's a possibility, but then again, that's just what we're hearing. I mean, we could easily regurgitate that information too, just like how you said. I want to see what they're doing. I mean, I know they did some crazy stuff in front of the tunnel, the satanic dancing and all this stuff, and I know they're trying to experiment and do some stuff out there. There's a lot of stuff that people are trying to do. The other theory is that God is doing it, which I mean, that is some powerful stuff to be able to just switch up somebody's reality like that, and switch up to where, like for my case, my dad just his whole favorite color changed. Like, dude, that was a huge part of my whole dad's personality, and that's just gone now. That's a big thing. The other theory is that it's the devil. My theory is, I think I'm leaning towards that it's the enemy. Because, for instance, the Bible is changing, but the Bible said that it cannot be changed. You know, so if there was, an enemy out there, which there is, who always wants to be like God, he wants to get back into heaven. They're trying to break through the firmament and get back to heaven. They're trying to get back into, the throne because they want to be God, the original sin, right? If there is a person like that out there, don't you think it would be right up his alley to mock God and be like, boom, I changed your word, and you know what I'm saying? Just to flex and be an asshole, and be like, look what I can do. Because he's trying to create human beings, which he can't. He's trying to create life. He's trying all kinds of stuff, trying to do all kinds of things to be blasphemous to the Almighty, So that's why when I see things changing like this, especially the word of God, the Bible. You know what I'm saying? The holy word of God is being altered and changed right in front of us, right underneath our noses. To me, that's a bit of a dick move. You know, I'm like, that's got to be Satan. You know what I'm saying? That's something in my imagination or to my thinking. That's something that I think that he would be doing. You know, just to stick it to God.
Yeah, that's right, LSP. They're trying to create the God
Yeah.
particle.
Yeah.
They say once they have that, it'll be just as powerful.
But then I hear,
Oh, it's real scary.
um, man, I got to find the verse. But Stavely interviewed a man who he brought 3 Bible verses. And I was on the road moving all my stuff. I couldn't focus on what he was saying, but he was saying there's verses in Daniel that talk about what this Mandela effect could be, with the increase of knowledge. There's something in Revelations that talks about in the end times that the devil would have all power, that he'd be, well, because we always hear people say, well, the devil could never beat God. God is the ultimate power. He's got the he's the Almighty. But he said in Revelations, I got to get the verse, man. I'm failing on that, where he says that it says in there that in the end times the enemy will have all power, and so maybe he does have the ability to do this stuff. And then the third one comes from Enoch. He says Enoch chapter 80 talks about in the last days all things will be altered and out of their time. And I'm like, damn, that sounds like it, man. You know what I mean? This could be it. Maybe it is the enemy. You know?
Did you see where that post I put on my community tab? Not the latest one, but the one before that. It
Nah,
says
I missed it.
it showed a statistic of all these young athletes under the age of 35 dying of a massive heart attack, and
Mm.
it counts down from like 64 or 69 all the way up till 2021, and it's like 1100. And then from 2020 to 2021, it's like 1,500 in 1 year. So
What?
what happened over that strain came. Well, then I posted with it the Bible verse where it says, "In the end times, man's hearts will fail." And that, you know what I mean? I mean that's
Yeah.
hearts are blowing out. Maybe that's what takes everybody out.
Could be. Could be
I
like
don't know.
literally coming after our hearts, man. That's
I don't
crazy.
know.
I see here athletes under 35 that suffered cardiac arrest. 1966 to 2004, 1101. 2021 to 2022, 1590. Damn, that's crazy.
That's climate change, I guess.
This climate
Happy
change
Friday,
is.
Happy Friday, everybody. By the way, I might be the first to tell you. Happy Friday, and it is Friday. Hey, we allowed to smoke it? Hey,
Yeah, you
you
good, bro. You good.
smoking? You good?
Yeah,
Your mom's cool, man. Your mom, your
she's
mom ain't gonna
she's
trip, man.
she's sleeping, man. She's good.
I'll blow it out the window. I'll blow it out the window.
Remember, one of my dad's buddies used to come into the bathroom to smoke, thinking that the vent was gonna blow everything out. I'm like, bro, you still
Still
smelled up the
smell
whole
like
house,
weed.
bro.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man. So yeah, there's some people too, man. That just it's weird. Like my brother, I use him as an example a lot, and it's because it doesn't matter what I bring up, man. It could be
See, we,
any kind of truth, anything, bro. He just attacks me, you know. But he attacks me with a passion. You know what I'm saying? Like I stole his lunch money, or something. Yeah, he's just got it in for me. I don't know. But have you heard of the changes that happen and then they switch back? Or people that receive the update right away? Like someone will remember something the right way. Like it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. And then if you tell him, if you bring it to their attention, they could be thinking like, up to this point right now, they're remembering. it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. And then if you tell them, hey, did you know that it's changed? It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood. Then they go, oh yeah, of course it is. And they completely forget about the original version, right? They take the update right then and there. So my brother is one who fights with me all the time about anything I want to present to him, right? Anything. And so when I first heard about the Kurt Hennig, I don't know if you watch wrestling,
Yeah, what about
um,
it?
Mr. Perfect, right? So Mr. Perfect was his real name.
Kurt Hennig?
Yeah, how do you spell his last name?
Henning.
My man, bro, it's not even close anymore. It's Kurt Hennig, Henig, Kurt
What?
Hennig, bro. Kurt
Say
Hennig,
spell it. Spell it.
Henig. That sound right to you?
Fuck no. Here's one that I always question, and I played the game quite a bit, but the Monopoly guy, did he have a monocle over one eye or
Yeah,
no?
man. I remember him. I remember staring at the logo, man, a lot when I was a kid, man. I used to always steal the little metal pieces and play with them, and my uncle would get mad at me. And yeah, man. And I remember the monocle very well.
I was always the
Yeah.
shoe. I don't know why. I just like being the shoe. Maybe that shoe.
I like the cannon or the car. Yeah, man. Freaking Kurt Hennig changed, bro. And when I found out that one, and I was like, there's no freaking way, man. There's so much video now. You got WWE, the app on Peacock. You can watch all the old WCW shows. But if you go back now, all the graphics on the screen when the wrestler walks down to the ring, it all says Kurt Hennig. Even though you can hear them clearly saying Kurt Hennig, you know. Even Scott Hall, it was his best friend at one point. They were tag team champions before they became big
Razor
time.
Ramon.
Razor Ramon. Yeah, they were. He was that dude. Have you seen him back in the day in the 70s?
The NWO, bro.
Yeah, man. So the bad guy, right? Rest in peace, Scott Hall. He has a lot of interviews talking about him and Kurt Hennig on the road. He shares a lot of cool stuff, man. A lot of stories about, how Kurt Hennig was. He was a really nice guy and all this. Uh, he shares all the stories. And again, the captions. Look at the captions on that interview. It's all Kurt Hennig. You can hear it very clearly the way he pronounces it, Kurt Hennig. Mr. Perfect was one of my favorite back in WWF, man. In the Hogan days and Ultimate Warriors. Used to love Mr. Perfect and his little athletic skits, you know what I'm saying? Where he was like the best athlete at every sport. You remember that?
Yeah.
I remember him standing in the end zone and he threw a football field across the field and then he ran after it and caught it. So that dude, man, Mr. Perfect, man, it was the man. And then I remember when I found his real name was Kurt Hennig, I hated it. I was like, nah, man, I like calling him Mr. Perfect. He'll always be Mr. Perfect to me. So I text messaged my brother and I screenshotted this, man. I need to make a little video out of it. I screenshotted my brother. I was like, for sure, man, my brother who denies everything. He's a big wrestling fan too. We grew up watching this stuff. And so he actually works for a bunch of wrestlers for WWE. And so I texted him and said, hey, what's Kurt Hennig's real name? He texted me, Kurt Hennig, Henning, Henning. I said, bro, what's Kurt Hennig's real name? Or Mr. Perfect's real name? He texted me the right way, Kurt Hennig. I said, check this out. And then I made the mistake of showing him, the screenshot of Wikipedia of what Mr. Perfect's name is now, Kurt Hennig. And he goes, oh yeah, it's because his grandfather was Axel Hennig and his dad was so and so Hennig. And I was like, oh, you just texted me, Kurt Hennig. Why are you backing, you're backpedaling now on your answer? It's something weird. It's supernatural, man. Not only do the things in your house change, but people's memories, they just accept this new way of thinking, this new reality, and they cannot, for any reason, like, I don't know what it is. They take the new update and they forget the old, even though it's right there in the damn text message, stream or whatever you want to call it. It's right there. He texted me Kurt Hennig, and now for the life of it, he cannot remember Kurt Hennig ever
You
again.
asked him why he texted you that and
He
showed
won't
him.
talk to me about it. He
Take a
won't talk.
screenshot of it and be like, look,
He won't
bro.
talk to me. Yeah, I still got it on my phone. I still got it. And my youngest brother, he just doesn't like that we argue so much with his older brothers, and so he just like, yeah, let it go, man. I'm like, nah, man, this is something
You
serious,
older?
bro.
Are you the oldest
I'm
brother? Or are you the
I'm the
middle brother?
oldest. Yeah, I'm the oldest, and so the middle brother, he doesn't get along with me for some reason. My youngest brother, me and him are really close. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he just sees this. So everybody looks at it as like, that's just your brother, man. He's just, he's always got it against you. I'm like, so, I mean, but wrestling was our common ground. You know what I'm saying? So it's strange, man. It's strange how people accept the new reality and then just they disregard with the old stuff. You show them the proof, and then boom. I don't know what it is, man. And so that's why, when it comes to that, that's why I am such a. That's why I'm really into the Mandela effect, because think about it, man. That's powerful. Whoever's behind it, that's some freaking power, dude. You imagine? Here you are, you hate this guy so much, and then somebody snaps a finger, and then all of a sudden you and that dude are best buddies. You don't even forget the beef you all had. Or you wake up one day, you don't know who your wife is. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is like weaponized Alzheimer's. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I'm like, why are people not paying more attention to Mandela? It's more than just logo changes. It's a
Maybe they're.
whole
Oh, go ahead.
no, I'm saying just it's a whole reality change. You
Oh,
know?
yeah. That's what I was going to say. Maybe to those people, 'cause I sit and ponder over this all the time, bro. It's like, like, my mom's got a friend. They've been friends since, shit, they were. What up, Loyal? Good to see you, bro.
Yeah,
They
what's
were
up?
best friends forever, ever since they were little girls. They still talk every day, probably 3 or 4 times a day. One of them will call one of the other ones. What are you doing? Oh, nothing. Just got done putting on some beans or whatever the fuck they're doing for that moment. And she's does not believe anything but the Fauci ouchie being triple boosted, quadruple boosted. Um,
Hmm.
Trump this. I mean, just totally bought into that um, Obama narrative, right?
Okay.
Just totally on board with anything they say, do, and makes excuses when the shit's obviously wrong. Something's wrong. And now her daughter and all of her daughters and shit are all quadruple boosted and shit too. And she, it's like she's starting to have these issues with her legs. And
Hmm.
guess what they found in one of her legs?
What's that?
Blood clot, big one.
Ooh.
So she had to be on this special medicine, and they removed most of it. Now she's got the IVC filter in her leg. She's on blood
Hmm.
thinners. When they say, well, it was probably just residual effects from when she used to have cancer, but she
Yeah.
only had like a small amount of cancer, and she's been in remission for a long time, cancer
Hmm.
free. Now they're saying
Dang.
this is a side effect from having it. I don't know, bro, because the cancer didn't even involve her legs and shit.
Hmm.
It's
That's
weird.
great.
And what makes them people? What makes them not see it though, dude? It's like they got a veil.
Hmm.
Is there certain people that were supposed to witness it, and then the other people will just get raptured away? Will we be asked to be soldiers in this big army
Hmm.
because we're all aware? You know, will we have to pick
Hmm.
up? What did he say? Pick up that sword, right?
Hmm.
Sell
Yeah.
what is? You help me out. Sell your cloak and buy
Um.
a sword.
So you're cloaking, go buy your swords.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny? Like, I mean, you're right though. They could pretty much divide us, form an army of the zombies. that are easily mind controlled, and you know, all of a sudden
They're under the spell,
yeah,
and we gotta get these people that are patriots in our way,
yeah,
living his
yeah.
law, wanting to live by the Constitution rights and the rights he gave us. And the
So
United
those
States is a special place, bro, and it was corrupted.
yeah, yeah.
Matter.
That's part of the reason why I used to be all into money. You know, what I mean, making my business and the flashy cars, and all that stuff. Man, I wanted to be that big baller. But I stopped praying for money, man. I really did. I stopped praying for money, started praying for wisdom and praying for people to wake up, because one of the things I realized during this whole stay home debacle, what I'm saying, it was that the church is not as strong as I thought they were, and
No.
kind of let me down. And I was actually really upset about it. And and thinking about the whole, you know, when we talk about this, the handful of people that are pulling the strings, you know, if we really did uprise and fight back, I mean, we have the numbers. But now they have something in their favor where they're able to, you know, like how Loyal said, it's mass hypnosis. They're able to just flick a switch and then boom, they got half the population to fight off the other half of the population, turn us against each other. You know what I'm saying? That it'd be a kind of an easier way to take us out than than what we just experienced in the past couple of years. Straight up zombie invasion, but in a different sense. Not just the dead coming to life, but people just losing their minds and being fed a train of thought which they operate on. And now here we are, what I'm saying? Us who are truly awake, what I'm saying? Now we're fighting against our own brothers because these people wouldn't wake up and eventually became literal slaves, what I'm saying? And it's what's causing them. Somebody brought up a verse. I think it was the Davis Ministries, and he said, um, the what is it? I forgot the Bible verse, but it's the source of wisdom. It comes from fearing God. The fear of God is the beginning of all wisdom. And what I've seen, let's take it back to the surface levels of when it was left versus right. When the whole Trump stuff came out, I went straight to the conservative side. And I'm in California, so you know how that went for me. Everybody was like, "Ah, you're an idiot. You're this and that, and you're a racist." And I didn't know you were such a racist, David. You know what I'm saying? All this stuff, man. And so I was like, "Wow, really?" And so there was that level. And so that there's people that, and I was over here like, please wake up, y'all. Y'all need to wake up and see that your freedoms are at risk here, and all that. And then it became another battle where it was the health issues, right? The stuff that we've dealt with the past couple of years. And I'm again, here I am, like, please, y'all, please wake up. I'm over here, like, no, I'm not going to accept that stuff for my children or myself. And people are like, wow, David, I didn't think you were like that. I didn't think you're tinfoil hat guy, and I thought you were smarter than that. I thought you were, you loved your children and all this stuff. I heard everything, and that's it. So there was that level of warfare as well. So now we're going to get to another where it's just everything goes, man. And that's, again, I think the Mandela effect is bigger than what people make it out to be. It can be a lot bigger. This is something that needs to be paid more attention to.
Mm-hmm. Facts. For sure,
Yeah.
bro.
Let's see.
I had like a little one, dude, and I don't want people thinking I'm being creepy or crazy just because that's what we're talking about. But the
Mhm.
more I thought about it, the weirder it really is. And Lord Spike, I'm gonna drop a link to you, bro. It's called Trank with a Q. There's a Gateway Pundit link on it. If you want to scope it out. Oh, I'm not a fucking mod though. Ha! Well, you just
You're
highlight.
not.
No, you just highlight it and then right click and copy it and put it in your user bar and uh, push enter. It should work. All right. Just stop at the at Lord Spike part.
Type something in there. Have you typed something in there? Let me see.
I just dropped the link. I heard about this. Yeah, it makes your skin rot and shit, bro. It's fucking wild. It's like that. Remember that crocodile or some shit? And now they're taking this train and they are cutting some of it with fentanyl, bro. Did you know that? I don't know if you knew that. But yeah, it kind of did
Mm,
take over the fentanyl industry a little bit. Everybody's clamoring to get this stuff, man, and it's literally eating their meat off their bones and shit. Big sores, and they just deal with it. Yeah, man, it was hurting again. It was
what the
oozing the
hell?
other day, and oh yeah, pretty wild, bro. And see, I know all this shit, bro, and I don't watch a lick of TV and regular news.
That's good, man.
You know what I mean?
TV is a good way to become a slave, man. You know, I was talking to my stepdad. I don't talk to him too often, but we were in the
Yeah, it's
car together a couple of weeks ago about the balloons, and I asked him because he's a military man. He's a sailor, and of course, it was everything you would have heard on the news.
wow. Ooh. My thing is this, bro. Why did they take it down with a big ass missile? You know what I
you
mean?
know,
Couldn't you just shot that with a 50 cal, put like 6 or 7 holes in through the balloon side of it, and let the structure remain. And as the balloon comes down, then you can reverse engineer whatever what that was. You know what I'm saying?
hmm did you hear the sound of when they shot it down?
They fucking blew it up with a missile. They hit the component, blew the whole thing up, blew the balloon up, blew the fucking struck the actual mechanical part of it, the camera
hmm
or whatever, the computer side of it, all that was demolished.
Does it show all that? I didn't.
Oh
I don't follow,
yeah,
man.
they hit it with a damn missile, bro. And if I was, you see, the one dude took a selfie with the balloon in the background, one of the pilots.
No, what?
Yeah, he flew up on it and shit, and went like this, and in the cockpit, and the balloon's behind him.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, the
I don't
jets
know.
have guns, right? I mean, and
I
I'm
mean, I
not
thought
even. Yeah, I've never been in the military. My knees were all fucked up. I
I
went
know
to
you guys
college.
were talking about it. I was in and out during that time, the chat, but yeah, man, I instantly thought it was a Satelloon, but I didn't think they did it. They really shot anything down. Thought that was a
NASA's the
story.
biggest consumer of helium and shit, right, bro?
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, for sure.
I think
Because
they
the
can't put,
Satelloons.
yeah, they can't put cloud or satellites in orbit because there is no orbit. There's a firmament. So what they do is they just float it up there in the whatever sphere right above the firmament. And there's like stationary cameras and shit. That's how they get these shots so clear, and that's how they get Google Maps and all that shit. It ain't because it's being bounced from some satellite way the fuck out in space on a ball that's spinning out the space. Not trying to
None
get
of
on no flat Earth stuff, but
none of
what
that
if
makes sense.
it all goes in hand in hand? You know, you
100%.
can't have one without the other. And why balloons? There was everything used to be balloons. They used to have zeppelins. You know, the zeppelins used to dock on the tops of these skyscrapers, like the Empire State Building and all kinds of
Did they
skyscrapers.
really?
Their pole, their pole, which a lot of people just think it's, you know, a lot of people just think it's for aesthetics. It looks cool,
Uh,
or a lot of them have been changed to a cross. And like the religion came in. But what they were is it was an actual pole that would harness energy from the ether. And the whole building was like
hmm.
a cathode, like an energy source that would hold the energy. It would have harmonizing effects. All of the cathedrals had healing powers. People could go in there and pray and listen to the organ. That was the organ was always built into the structure of the building. There's a lot of shit on that, bro. That's all. That's all that Tataria.
Yeah.
mud floods before the reset and all that shit.
I recently saw the video about the fireplaces. Have you seen that?
Yeah,
The origin of the fireplaces.
yeah,
Yeah, that was cool.
yeah. Fireplaces was just the chimney used to just harness electricity. They never
Right?
burnt logs and shit there.
Yeah. It said it was until a bunch of Neanderthals came in there and started burning wood in it.
Hmm.
It
Yeah,
makes sense.
bro. It's like we have regressed in a sense.
Yeah.
Everybody says, "Oh, we're doing better and better." Well, I don't think it was like it that you're making it out to be. I don't think the reason why everybody was running around on horse and buggies and everything was jacked up is because the mud floods came in. Bro,
Have you
it's such a spiral and shit. And then you talk about like the Cabbage Patch Kids on top of that, and we were talking about that last night, and it's just like Mandela effects now are happening and then everything in the Bible that's been coming true.
mhm.
I mean, bro, it's definitely something spiritual going on and shit. If you ain't right
Oh
with
yeah.
God or somebody you being a higher power, then you might want to get right. Can't hurt, right? I mean,
Your enemies are doing it. You know what I'm
uh,
saying? Yeah, they've been tapped into that supernatural world and
they're doing
utilizing
it right in
that
front of us
power.
and shit.
Oh yeah.
They're
Yeah.
making like the Olympics opening ceremony will be all about it and shit.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm wondering about this the train, like all of a sudden all these cargo trains that are coming about and what they're gonna be implementing. Well, you already saw you guys been talking about that with the new safety measures that are be going they're going on up there up north. I'm
Oh
looking I'm over here in Cali, like what are they gonna do? Have you seen the music video of the Satelloons?
yeah.
With the dude that was showing how they put those things up there. So there's been videos and pictures of these balloons before the whole,
Yeah,
situation,
I
right?
have videos and shit on it too. I think I still
This
do. I have to dig it out.
there's a music video. It's like the guy was just writing about NASA, and he goes on to telling about the helium, and he shows where these balloons are stored and
Yes, I have.
launched.
I've
Huh?
seen it. Is it the song is it's got the Californication verse in it. Space was created in the Hollywood basement. Remember? It's
Oh,
that's
it might be the same guy.
in the song.
Let me
It's like
see.
a flat earth song.
Okay, here it is. Let me. Yeah, it's pretty much. It's it's a flat Earth song with him just focusing on the satellites. This was last year. Uh, let me see, where's that at?
No, I don't
You
think
heard
this.
that one? So this dude shows them blowing up the balloon. So they get the helium powder and they fill up this giant balloon and they close it off and then it carries up this fake satellite up in the air,
They're
right? And
they're,
so,
they're real satellites and shit, but I just think they're cameras. And those are
well,
solar panels attached to them.
yeah, they function the way we are taught satellites are supposed to, but they're really being held up there by these balloons because they can't get out into outer space.
They're
So this
not
guy
in.
shows, yeah, this guy shows when they launched this damn thing, from a warehouse. They fill up the balloon, and then the powder is heated by the sun, and he keeps it up there for months until it comes down, maybe
That
years.
ain't no regular balloon either. That's like almost like a canvas bag and shit. It's one of them super powerful weather balloons
Yeah,
that can travel all around this bitch.
it's designed to be up there for months without popping, and to weather all the temperatures that it might go through. Here it is filling up from the heat of the sun. It hits the powder that's on the bottom of the balloon, and that starts to turn into the gas version of the helium. And they have so much powder, and it's going to keep it up there in flight for so long, and then when it finally comes down,
You look at the solar panels, bro. Keep the camera powered up.
yeah, and then you'll see these things start falling in people's neighborhoods and
Oh yeah, there's a bunch
farms.
of photos of them dropping in the jungles in Brazil and shit. People running
Yeah,
up there.
there was like a giant farm, and I think it was one of the South American countries, and it fell right through their greenhouse,
Damn.
and so the government comes over to scoop it up. And be like, you guys didn't
And then
see
you look
nothing.
at the Truman Show, and remember when he walks out and the one of the stars fell, and it just said Sirius number 9, whatever, Southwest border, written on the damn light. It was just a big Hollywood light. He goes,
Wow,
that's weird. He's looking up and shit. It's like
dude,
telling you what's going on.
was that a clue? Because you see all these LED streetlights out there. If you go look at the serial number down during the daytime, you'll see
Yeah.
their serial numbers to little Wi-Fi conductors.
You seen the bird, right? With the infrared under infrared light, the what's
No.
the wings. No.
Oh, no. What is it? I remember you guys talking about it, but yeah, sometimes I'd be in and out of the chat.
Yeah. Let me see if I can grab it real quick.
Yep. So
Hey,
there it
Eric,
goes.
are you ready?
This is what I think everybody was
Hey,
looking
you
at.
got something creaking like an old fan or something, bro? Am I hearing something?
Oh, that's one of the kids snoring.
Oh, hey. That was my next question. Was somebody snoring or something?
Yeah, my son fell asleep right behind me.
That's cool. Dude. Yeah, that's funny.
Did you catch my stream when I fell asleep fishing for 7 hours?
No way. Bullshit.
Oh man, I was trying out. I was trying out this new game on the PS4. When I figured out I could stream on the PS4, I was like, okay, let me try some. And I downloaded this fishing, what do you call it, simulation. Bro, I
Yeah.
was up for like maybe an hour, and then I knocked out, like looking at my toes, holding my fishing pole. Oh my gosh, this went on for 7 hours, and
Wow.
people, yeah, I
Comments,
was just
people
snoring up
calling.
in the microphone, and people were like, people
No.
people were downloading the game trying to find it so they can come and find me. So, oh man!
Uh,
Apparently, I was talking to people in my sleep. I got screen recorded. Yeah, look, there it goes, man. Way up there by the moon. Well, supposedly, but it's way up there. The people are catching video, and they're catching these things fly across the sky in front of the moon. And then people were like wondering, this is way, a couple years ago. So they've been doing this
what am I
thing,
looking
man.
for, bro? If I don't fucking forgot and shit.
You were looking for a bird.
Yes. Thank you. That's some good weed, man. I said dispensary weed and shit.
Oh man, dispenser.
My nephew went up there. There's a new one opened up in town. And he texted me and said, "Hey, I'm gonna stop by." I was like, "All right, I'm here." And him and his buddy Mike was with him and shit. And they come walking in and handing me all these big ass fucking joints. He bought like a 50 pack for like $140. Pre-rolled joints, them big, they call them Jamaican cones. Dude gave me
Uh,
six. He gave me 6 of them, bro, for nothing. I was like, bullshit. I said, you guys robbed somebody or something? What the fuck? How you get all this? And he's like, no, he said, we just went to the new place. I guess they got all these deals. And
uh,
then he goes, here, you want some free weed? And he gave me a little bag. And it's a gram of weed in there and shit. They're giving, if you go buy something right now at this dispensary, they'll give away a gram free.
man,
But
dispensaries, man.
I know I don't never buy shit from him, but he went in there and was telling me about it. I smoke whatever I grow, bro.
That's the best
What I
way, man.
got for it is basically the
I
home grown.
can't trust nothing in the dispensaries, man. I used to work there. When I see these
Why
kids going there, man, they get all
some nefarious shit going down in the dispensary?
nah.
I know a lot of
Well,
people that use that shit, you know.
I see like when you have something called a vendor, right? And so these are people like the stuff that you get in the dispensary, man. They don't get it from like some special, garden. You know what I'm saying? They got people that just show up. There's guys I remember working, and I worked in it was GT4. It was like the hottest one in Orange County, man. 24/7, you know, and yeah, people would just show up with garbage bags from San Francisco and be like, "Oh, we want to talk to so and so and so and so." I'm like, "Who are you?" You know what I mean? They got to give me their information, identify themselves, and I'll take them to the boss. Well, I'll call the boss first. I'm like, "Hey, we got some people here that want to come and sell you their weed, so you can bottle it up and sell it to these kids." And here comes in garbage bags, and
I'm
you don't
not.
know what the hell they put in that stuff, man.
Yeah, bro.
You know, so yeah, I was over here thinking, I'm like, oh, they get it from some special government facility, and it's all treated right. And oh man, you don't know, you never know. So I would say the safest thing, man, is just get your own, make your own.
Man, I do. That's what I do. But I ain't gonna turn down because he gave me 6, and then my nephew gave me 3. I
Hmm.
found it, bro. Let's go. All right, let me go back to the share screen part.
Let me add this up there.
Yeah, see if it works. Can you see it?
Yep. Whoa. Oh yeah. Wow, that's crazy.
Right
Somebody
here
did that, or
on the black light. Man, obviously, I would have to be. They're like it's like Chinese writing. You can clearly see, but watch when it goes. When it goes, let me make sure. I don't
he's
know if
under
there's.
a black light?
I don't know if it's a black light or I think it's like infrared. All right.
Shining UV light on pigeon emoji
UV,
bird.
ultraviolet, pigeon.
That's crazy.
Now they have homing pigeons, right? Will fucking fly wherever they have to be and then come right back to their roost.
Right. Yeah.
You chase them and shit, bro. I
What the
bet it's hard
hell?
for the homing pigeons to get their bearing with the Earth spinning so fast through outer space. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They probably get dizzy up there and shit. Like, slow it down. We're trying to figure out where home is. You know, spun us around fucking 16 times. Oh, that's pretty
Yeah.
weird. Want me to run it back one time?
What are they saying that it is? Did the
I don't
comments
really
pick it
remember
up?
it. Oh, I get some shit sent to me, some shit I find, and this was something I found in a weird ass Telegram channel I found.
Oh, how do you even do that? It's like some glow in the dark ink or something.
Mhm. It's clear until you shine the light on it. Cause watch, he moves the light and it goes away.
Shining UV light on pigeon emoji bird.
Emoji bird is called.
Wow. That's I mean it's crazy, but to think of the time that someone put into that, like what the
What?
hell?
You know, what are they making out of that? What are they?
That's some kind of serial number. You know what I'm saying? I was all I could think of, like some kind of serial number for if someone's weaponizing these things or using them. I mean, I've heard of the fake birds, you know, or birds are not real. I mean, I know that's kind of a you know they make a joke out of it, but that's because
Buffer?
when they make a joke out of it, it's because there's something truthful behind it. You know what I'm saying? So who knows? Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
pretty
know,
sure
bro.
there's some
Man,
truth.
I don't know. You want to scope this out? You can add this. Can you see my screen here?
Let's see. There, right there.
Welcome back to Five
Right
Minutes in
here.
School. Let's get into it.
Can you see that?
Yep. Let's see.
It's like a TikTok.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna zoom in and turn it up and listen to what this dude says. This shit's crazy. This is kind of what me and Ryan were talking about last night, but we never got to this video.
Welcome back to Five Minutes in School. Let's get into it. So, when you go to the indoctrination system, aka the schooling system, one of the things that they teach you is that this is old America. There was nothing but desert land and little Native American villages. What they don't tell you is that it actually looked more like this.
Hmm.
And this. Oh yeah, this too.
Yeah.
Sauce. And this. This is Sioux City, Iowa, 1850. So what we do know is that there was an industrial revolution that started from 1760 to about 1820 to 1840. Pretty much new businesses booming, new infrastructure being laid, new cities, new towns, new people to populate those towns, right? But what was prior to this? It was big cities flourishing with architecture that looked like this in this as well. This is unlike anything that we're building in modern day times. It's distinctly different, right? So most of the buildings that look like this were destroyed during a mud flood. So we're left with buildings that look like this, and then you can tell it's like a full layer of history that was buried, right? And then most of these buildings like this, when you look at the deed, right, it says founded. It doesn't say built. A lot of them says
Founded.
founded because they were found
Yep.
after the flood, and then they were built upon to start the Industrial Revolution. And then, in cities like here in Detroit, Chicago, New York, especially, you see a lot of headstones and buildings that look like this, just remnants of the civilizations that were here before us. So after the mud floods, you had entire cities that were just deserted, right? And they needed to be built again. You needed to have people come into these towns. And the big question is, how do you get those people to come and populate these towns? We'll get into that in a second. Another thing that you found in these cities, as I explained in another video, you had churches that were healing centers. You can go in here and on top of the buildings, you had these unique bald roofs that were
Domes.
and cathodes, and these supplied healing energies, healing frequencies that they tapped into from the ether. One of those cities would have looked something like this
That's
here,
where you get the term
more advanced
cathedral.
than our modern day
Yep.
cities. And these civilizations, they weren't just here in the United States. Boy, they were everywhere. Footwork, heavy. Now, this is from the 1300s, and to this day, we still can't replicate the same architecture.
That's crazy building right there.
No cigar. So, do you know what this is?
Orphan train.
Bet you never saw this before. This is a orphan train, and it is exactly what it sounds like. The orphan train movement was a supervised welfare program that transported children from crowded eastern cities of the United States to foster homes located largely in rural areas of the Midwest. The orphan trains operated from 1854 to 1929, relocating about 200,000 children.
That's a lot, man.
These co-founders of the orphan train movement claimed that these children were orphaned, abandoned, abused, or homeless, but this was not always true. You can just pause to read the rest. It's just crazy. Of these 200,000 children, there were 30,000 in New York City alone in the 1850s. So hold up, pause, backtrack. We're not going to gloss over this. 200,000 misplaced children. And look at these children. They all the same race. Now y'all see why they call it the baby boomers. No, but for real, how did these children come about? I'm sure that's what any intelligent mind is thinking right now. Because you know how many women would have to have these children consecutively to have 200,000 children, and just to give them away, nobody wanted them. You don't find that suspicious? So a lot of these babies they were the incubator babies, right, of Coney Island
Like a
and of other
sideshow.
places. This is
Yeah.
People would pay, bro, to go in there and look at these babies like a sideshow freak.
Yeah. At the World Fairs.
Yeah. They would call it live babies and stuff.
Yep.
And the royals were really interested in it. They would go and always check out the live baby. But
Damn.
bro, it's the whole thing on these might all be clones, and it's just, I mean, this shit gets deep. You can go down some fucking weird rabbit holes. It's almost over. I'll just let it play, but I wanted to say that about the.
Yeah. Nah, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, man.
I got a few things I'm thinking about as he's talking, but yeah, if you want to.
Yeah, but if you want, we can discuss it now, or we can wait till minute 40 left. Because there's another
Well,
one that I'm going to show you after this one.
okay, so
After this.
those buildings, man, I mean, a lot of them were destroyed. A lot of them are still here. I mean,
Yeah.
over here in LA, uh, I can point them out, bro. It's uh, Pasadena City Hall. That's one.
Oh
Beverly
yeah.
Hills City Hall. A lot of the
Yeah.
city halls, if it's not a new building, you'll see it's like all this start there. Now, I've been at the Pasadena City Hall. They still have the original roofs on the top.
Yeah.
Like they that's where they call it a facade because they built
Right.
around the original brick and the original structures, but you can still see
Mhm.
the tops of it sticking over the Pasadena City Hall, and you can still see the because I went in there and walked around in there with my kids. You can still see the cymatics on the ceiling. You'll see it replicated in the theaters. I mean, theaters,
Oh yeah.
cathedrals. And, the norm. I mean, today's modern churches they replicate it, but you'll see the original ones. They have like little designs, flowers. They look like snowflakes. This kind of deal. Um,
Windows.
in the windows, yeah, but and each
They
building
weren't
has its own
windows
design.
before.
Yeah, no,
They're
they weren't. There was something
resonating.
behind. Exactly. And if you get a bowl of water and you strike it, and you take a look at the pattern in that water, it'll replicate that same pattern that you see all over that building. That pattern was put on that building for a reason. There's some kind of force behind it, some kind of spiritual, supernatural force that, whether it's healing or whether it's you're trying to get knowledge. I don't know what's going to grant you, but there's something there in that building, and there's it's kind of like a fingerprint. You know what I'm saying? They each have their own design. And it's that's what I
And
was looking at.
the
Yeah,
energy was just there. You could just tap into it.
for sure. It's
They had
like right out of the ether.
electric taxis,
Yeah,
levitating like scooters, basically. That
yeah,
all ran on magnets. It was like levitation, magnetism, and shit. Because it would harness the magnets that were underneath it, would have a negative effect with the ether. So
yeah,
they would be like basically a cushion of air it would ride on. You ever take two magnets and try to stick them together on the opposite ends?
yeah.
And it's kind of like they never meet up. You can't force them together, and they just want that that that
Right.
energy in between those two is what they're utilizing.
Yeah, these people mastered that stuff.
Mastered it, and then they hit all the technology for the common
Right.
folk like us.
And they were taught this, I believe by the Nephilim. I think they were taught, by these people because this is super, this is heavily knowledge that we were not supposed to have here on earth, but these fools came down here and taught us. I forgot what verses it talks about. It talks about how they taught us magic and medicine. There's certain medicines that we're not supposed to be
Pharmakia.
using. You know what I mean? Exactly. And the cutting of the root, you know what I mean? That ties into that, the pharmakia. Um,
Well, that's the
but
whole
yeah,
weird part, like about the Cabbage Patch Kids, because all these were infants, bro. And it's like, where do
yeah,
you get this many babies at one time? Like he said, where are the moms at?
they were
Where
either
are this
clone.
many kids? Who's having all these babies and at the same time? And a lot of these infants that were in the incubators, they were all
Mhm.
premature. And they'd have like 25, 30 of them at the Coney Island, or at the Chicago World's Fair. Whatever the exhibit was, there'd be a
Uh,
bunch of babies in there, more than 20, right? Okay, so
yeah,
say it was just 20. Where are you going to find 20 babies that are premature that are all about the same age at the
shit.
snap? And they were real babies, bro. There ain't no
Even
doubt.
one is questionable.
And then the whole thing with these postcards, it's almost like these kids were grown. And how the technology was so good back then that I
Yeah,
said we regressed. Well, right now we're just starting to come out with these false wounds and stuff, right? So
yeah,
what if they had that shit back then? And then here's what I think, bro, and this is kind of real out there, and people are probably gonna
uh,
laugh at me, but they speak about chimeras.
yeah.
Now, chimera in the Cabbage Patch thing is a bee and a rabbit, and those are
Mm,
both high deal with fertility. Rabbits
mm,
can multiply real fast in the wild, and
yeah.
bees the hive effect, and the bees having the queen, and everybody working together and shit.
Hmm.
Well, what if this clone or this hybrid or this chimera was, and they're all white kids too. That's
Hmm.
another weird thing. There's not 200,000 kids. There's no African Americans, no Hispanics, no Samoan, no
Hmm.
anything. Okay, so what if these clones were designed to repopulate from
Yeah.
after the mud floods, right? In places that needed these influx of people, they would ship these people in. But here's the weird part: is the whole Cabbage Patch part of the fact that these, it was like they were being grown. The kids were. And
Mm.
I was just thinking, well, what if it was like a chimera, but instead of it being a rabbit and a bee, why couldn't it be a human and plant structure?
Mm.
And we grow just like
Yeah.
the. That's probably why they're trying to jack up the sun. You know, they say that plants and stuff are live vessels, and if we were, or
Yep.
not we, but if this group of people, this baby boom here, were chimeras with a plant's uh, DNA, and they could have the chlorophyll in their body, and they could
Mm.
take the power in from the sun. I know it's way left field, but if you watch
No,
the
I
video
mean,
of Cabbage Patch Kids, bro, you'd be like,
yeah.
damn, it's kind of weird. And then to just watch it, and then they brought them back as the dolls, and they
Hmm.
literally have commercials where they were pulling the babies up out of the Cabbage Patch like
Yeah.
a weapon. And the lady
Right.
says she's going to give it she's going to give the cabbage, the mother cabbage, she called that, we're going to give mother cabbage some um shit, it's on my tip. It's something like psyllin, um
Mm.
like not penicillin, but it's like I could it's on the tip of my tongue. uh but then she says that she's going to do easiotomy on the cabbage. She picks up some shears. You know what a episiotomy is, right?
No, what's that?
All right. Well, I'm no doctor, but I've had five. My wife, ex-wives, I got five kids, and I was in labor for every one of them. And sometimes the women rip. Like,
Oh yeah, yeah,
okay, well, they're the doctors will take scissors, bro, and put a perfect slit in there,
yeah.
basically cut it so that they can stitch it back together cleanly, and the healing process and everything will heal up and look better, and it heals faster that way and less trauma.
Right.
All right. Well, um, she's sitting there with a group full of kids, mind you, that are all trying to get these baby dolls. And she goes, "We're going to give it an easiotomy that's going to help along the way." And this whatever psyllin drug that she said she's got right. We give her a big dose of whatever psyllin, pretendacillin or something like that. It might have been pretendacillin.
Hmm.
And she said it was going to loosen up their leaves to help in the birthing process and shit. I'm like, bro,
Wow.
and this is new. This is I got all this shit on here.
And
You can
then
go.
isn't like a flower a term for that too? Like you do
Oh
flower.
yeah, I mean some of these cards you'll see them. Yeah, to deflower. Yeah,
Wow. I mean, I wouldn't doubt. I mean, it sounds crazy, but hey,
I mean
forget
yeah,
anything
anything can
else.
happen, right?
You know what I'm saying? We had giants in this world. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like,
And
it,
tree,
it can be
all these mountains that are cut off looking like tree stumps and shit.
exactly,
Who
exactly.
cut them down, right?
Yeah. So I mean, on the subject of the babies being brought in, I mean, it looks like people were either drawn out or killed off. And so someone was there to repopulate that.
Hmm.
So
Somebody
this
was
is
orchestrating all this too.
so are you on board on thinking so there was the flood that came and wiped off the giants and all the humans that were being bad, and it was just the one family to repopulate. And so now you got this one family, and then you got all these structures that are left over by all the Nephilim, right? And now you
Right.
got the Rephaim, the bodiless spirits that are left over. and still teaching, and messing with people today. So then, was it one of Noah's sons? Was Ham? I think is the bad one, who a lot of
Ham
bad people came from. Is it his people that came and took some technology and brought in some clone babies? I mean,
could
where
have
are we
been.
getting it? Because I know from that line, that lineage, there's a lot of crazy stuff that comes. You know, Loyal is sharing some stuff here. He says, type in uh, human cuculus incubator babies, and you'll see what I'm talking about. He brought that up while you were talking, but
Mm.
yeah, man, there's a lot of questions for so far. But you want to finish off what he's saying, and then
Oh
I'll
yeah,
probably look at what Loyal was talking about.
yeah, we can do that.
From 2017, infant who survived in 1920 sideshow incubator dies at 96. So this means that we still have a generation of these incubator babies today. And it's the baby boomer generation because the business of babies was booming. So there's nothing new under the sun. I showed you this the other day, making babies, how to create human embryos with no egg or sperm. Incubator babies 10.0. So ask yourself, 200,000 misplaced children. Where do these children really come from? You had cities that were destitute, that badly needed rebuilding, badly needed populations to have this industrial revolution successful to actually make it work. I mean, industrial revolution, 1760s, right? 1820 to 1840. A lot of these buildings were founded in the 1700s, 1800s after the mud floods.
We
All
found it.
right, so they found their buildings and they need to rebuild them. Look at the dates,
Mm.
Industrial Revolution. Orphan trains, look at the dates, 1854, 1929. They needed these bodies to be in these cities. 200,000 bodies that were going to grow and work and have this industrial revolution booming. They were the baby boomers to help the industrial revolution boom. I'll leave you with this. This is a Tartarian insane asylum left over from the mud floods. This is where they put the people that survived and were trying to tell other people what happened, and then they were labeled crazy or maybe even conspiracy theorists.
5D Mystery School.
It's always some insane asylum or orphanage. It's so freaking huge. Like, how many orphans you got to house up in there, and how many crazy people you got running around? Because that thing looked like it was able to, contain a lot of people.
Yeah. Can I put a
And
link to that? Yeah, I can, bro. It's a Telegram link. Let me do that, and then I'll go back and grab it for you. You want to pull up whatever Loyal drop?
yeah, and you see all the dirt around that building too. Like, nobody built that in the middle of a pile of dirt, man. That thing was
And then the
much
people that
bigger.
were living there, bro, are just trotting along on horse and buggies and living in little shacks.
Serious. Looking at this, like
Stuff
it's some
we
kind of
built- Look what we built today. We don't build this shit today, bro. We build fucking low ceilings, however many the door is, square
serious.
rooms. They ain't got all this lavish extra shit.
What kind of bullshit story did they feed those people, man?
Oh, well, he's like he said, the ones that knew the truth were
Uh,
locked away and shit. Labeled as crazy.
that's a good way to scare people into questioning things. When you ask questions, you go in there.
No.
Accept the new information. Wow. Let's see. It says,
Mm.
Homo. You gotta make me work now. Homunculus. Homunculus. I don't know. Is Latin for little man. It is used in neurology today to describe the map of a range of sensory neurons in each part of the body. The somatosensory homunculus in an early word is a 1950 or is a 1572 work by. Okay, let's get past to the nitty gritty here. Let's give instructions. Okay, how to fertilize and gestation in the womb. Okay, embryology. Enlightenment era theory generation called preformationism. The human colus was fully formed individual text within a germ cell. Okay, so they're making babies, pre-existing fetus, Usually credited to Dutch. Let's see. You could see his credit. Very fast. So early.
So if you get the
Irony of the critics. Okay. I'll go back to this is the theory here. Theory from information, modern thought. Discuss
homonuclea.
without parental sperm or eggs. Okay, so they're making babies out of nothing, or without humans, parents, right? Or eggs.
You would need what you still need the cells.
Let's see, or eggs often used. There's a contemporary critics of information point. Okay. Infinite train of human clay stretching back to you. What the heck? Okay. So is it someone that's figured out how to make or reproduce humans, and there's some kind of cell that goes all the way back to Adam and Eve? That's freaking crazy.
OSP. That link I have, bro. It's a Telegram, and in order for you to access the link, you would have to be a member of that channel. So I don't know if you have Telegram, but I just couldn't send it to you in an email, and or I can't even post it. Well, I
There's the
still can post
camera.
it. I can still post it. Um, Copy message link. This link will only work for members in this chat. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work, bro. Let me work on it. I'll get it to you though if you really want that video. I got another one too. It's pretty wild. Right, it goes right along with it.
That's crazy. You see what he's saying here?
Growling what? Sea monkey?
Yeah, the chimera is the same tech as well as the entities that are formed in the veins of the vexed. Growing a sea monkey type chimera inside your circulatory. It's definitely something in this, people, man. My job, man, I deal with a lot of older folks, and I help them with their like farmers and stuff. They need clothes, and anyway, they buy from my company, and a lot. Some of these guys be telling me stories of while I'm helping them shop, um, about how they're feeling now. You know, pains right here. You know what I'm saying, because of the things that they took, just so they can go on a cruise or something. Man, it sucks, bro.
Um,
Why do
yeah,
people
dude,
suck?
that's wild, bro. I'm trying to think of what this is called here.
I need to do a live in front of some of these buildings that are still here in LA. There's
Right.
a, there's a channel that goes. He walks around the streets of downtown LA and he shows how buildings are sunken. He goes into the homeless encampments and you can see like the pillars underground, like um, dirt that's been washed away from these spillways, and you can see the more of the building, that's above ground, and then you can see that it
Mhm.
goes down for levels, 3, 4, maybe 5 stories down, like that picture. Yeah, the world we're seeing now, man, is not. There's
They're
more
trying
to
to
it.
get us to believe all kinds of bullshit, bro.
Yeah,
Question everything, yo.
100%. And I don't know. What do you think about the Black Israelites that were here? Have you heard that theory that they were here in the United States before the wipe? I mean,
Mhm.
that they were enslaved. Some of that pulls in, and I'm starting to hear some of their theories being pulled into this because people have been wiped off of this land, man. People have been wiped
Yeah,
off.
bro. Something's Something is afoot. That's for sure. That's for
So does
sure.
that mean that another big sort of a flood deal happened?
Well, what
But
they say,
instead
it's
it was fire?
fire, flood,
Yeah.
right?
Did we miss something here? You know what I'm saying? That question comes into play.
I don't know. It's a good one. I'm not an expert on any of this, bro. I find
Yeah,
shit and it raises my eyebrow a little
yeah,
bit.
for
So
sure.
and then I feel like I need to share it out, and I think collectively,
Yeah.
I'll discuss it maybe, and uh,
Oh, yeah. That's how
you
we
know,
learn, man. That's how we
right,
figure things out.
give each other ideas, and um, you know, throw everything up against the wall and see what sticks.
Yeah. I know for sure we got evidence of the flood here in LA. If you climb the hills up in where the Griffith Observatory is at, and you walk those trails up there, you'll see fossilized starfish in the boulders up there, right along the hiking trails. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
shit where it shouldn't be and stuff.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. What's weird about my stepdad? Yeah, he's a old time sailor. Um, he talks to me about the balloon, and he just repeats the narrative that was on the news. However, when I brought up the giants in Afghanistan, which he's been there many times, he started paying attention. You know, the gray skinned, red haired
Kind of
giant.
hard. Kind of
Yeah,
hard.
kind of. Yep. He started paying attention, and he started talking about what he thought they might have done with the body. And I was like, oh shoot, that was the first time I piqued his,
Hold on,
his interest.
I didn't hear nothing about the body. All I knew is they brought in an Apache to fly out the survivors and take the dead guy's body,
Yeah.
and they flew another Apache in there to take out the creature, the giant.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well,
Spit
we
it
don't
up,
know.
I guess. I mean, once he threw a spear and killed the one guy. You
Yeah.
know that, right? You know the
Right.
story?
Uh, that I don't know much more after that. I know they unleashed fire for like 30 seconds straight.
Yeah, and they all engaged on his head and like fucked his head up. He was
Damn.
like just a gargantuan. I mean, he threw a spear and the spear impaled the first dude.
Mhm.
They went up there looking for another unit. They
Yeah.
were a rescue unit, right, from another special ops team. And then
Uh,
they start going up the mountain, and as they're going up, they're finding whip antennas and a little piece of their gear, their part of
yeah.
their
Yeah.
rucksack. And when they get up a little bit further, and there's a little bit more stuff, and a bigger piece of gear or a helmet. And then I think they found blood and shit like that too. And
Yeah.
so basically, whoever ripped them apart did it as they was running away.
Mm.
Well, then they walk up to this cave entrance, and the big giant comes running out at them. And the first dude standing there, he stops and throws a spear at, and it impales the guy and kills him. And so right then, all the rest of the team engages, and they all
Mm.
shoot this thing in the head and kill it finally.
Man.
They
I
call for a hero to come take them out of there, and they're like, the other team's gone and shit. This thing done killed them all. And they eventually, I guess, went back and found all the. They did. He did kill that thing. Did kill the first team.
Yeah. So he probably would have been already wounded by the time the second team
That's what
got
I
up
was
there.
trying to think,
Yeah.
bro. Yeah. Well, I don't know the time frame in between. I don't think it was
Mm.
like one day. Like these guys have
Right.
been. They go up there for weeks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not saying it. I don't know. I wasn't there, bro. That's the gist of it.
Yeah. I mean, these things, man. The Giants is another subject. I mean, I see you guys were showing pictures too of these people in the 1800s. They're looking like they're at least 7 feet tall, man,
Oh yeah,
compared to
bro.
regular people. You know what I'm saying? But it's funny, like just like the Noah story, there's giant stories from everywhere. Everywhere, you know what I'm saying? Even Samoa, which is an island way out in the Pacific, and they have legends of giants, and they're also related to the Eastern Island people and built those giant things out there. And those turn out they're not just heads; they're giant statues themselves. They're buried in the dirt,
Yeah. Now who's gonna
That's
do that? Who's gonna bury all that big
that
ass
doesn't
stuff?
make no sense, right? You know what I mean? You build a
Well,
giant
take the time
statue.
to build that big monstrosity and then bury it under a bunch of fucking dirt. So only the
Nah,
head
man.
sticks out. That's not right, bro.
That was some giant kids like toys, you know what I'm saying? He left out there in the dirt and got flooded. It's
And
it was something like who the hell would
could
have built
be
that?
shit.
And my you can buy some of those things. My uncle has one. He has two actually. And the kind of wood that it's made out of, or like this petrified wood, is weird, man. It's like it feels like and looks like stone, but then you can if you hit it with an axe, you'll see it's just like wood, man. It's crazy this material that they're using. Which again, they explain it away and say it's just lava rocks, but nah, man, this is wood. I don't know why people aren't putting those pieces together. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, my uncle has two of those in his backyard. One is
Yeah,
just the head, and one is a full body, but it's only like 7 feet tall.
it's wild, bro.
Yeah, yeah. I think those things are all tied in, man. The giants, and I don't know about Dog Man, but um, the Bigfoot stuff that I used to follow a lot, and I think they're all kind of related somehow. As we're putting the pieces together.
Yeah.
Yeah, but shout out to everybody in the chat, bro.
Everybody's probably thinking I'm a lunatic and shit with my theories.
Oh no, for
They just I don't know, man. It is what it is.
I mean you gotta get called crazy if you start questioning stuff, man. Like portals and all that stuff. Like that's part of the game. You know what I'm saying? I'm used to it. I'm just looking for people that are got theories of their own, so we can start putting some of these pieces together.
Right. Show me proof otherwise. If that's the
Right?
case. Don't
Yeah,
just do it just because they say. Who's they? Show me. Give me the
yeah.
receipt.
Just because it wasn't what your high school history teacher taught you. You know what I'm saying? It's man. But yeah, if I got some more stuff that I want to cover on another episode when it comes to Mandela and just crazy stories I'm hearing about it, and among other things, man. This is I feel bad. This is something I was talking to Ed about for a while. We are gonna do this, but things got
Oh
in the
shit, there's
way.
plenty that hasn't even been said yet, bro.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, and the cabbage patch term I haven't heard, but bringing in the babies, yeah, bringing the babies in here and building those well, filling up those giant buildings of what do you call it, the orphans.
Yeah, you
um
know what they called the babies? They
what's
called
that?
the babies. Just like the buildings were founded, the babies were called foundlings.
Yeah, oh, that's right,
You know,
right.
like a baby chick is a hatchling.
Yeah.
You know, bro, it's why I'll show you that shit if you want to. I got nothing but time unless you trying to get off.
Oh, good. I'm good, man. Yeah,
I don't know what chat's
it's early
saying.
for
Dude.
me. I'm still on Thursday, bro.
You
I'm
trying to
good.
kick it on the chat? Yeah, it's Friday here. Friday. Huh. Let me
Yeah,
present.
why is there exactly? Why is there an
Yes, the
international?
kitty roll coming out.
Why? How does this make sense, right? LSP. Nobody
Starts
can explain
la
that.
la Wu Tang's back. This is the Giants, bro. One you was talking about in Paris, Paris Giants. Or here's the normal people mixed in with the crowd. Now, could this be a Photoshop from way back then? Sure. I don't know. I don't have proof it's not, but it's
Where's what's
it's a
up with his
cool
arms?
picture. It's a cool picture, nevertheless.
Why their faces look weird, man?
Yeah,
Like
like I said, I don't know if this is real or not. I'm not gonna say it is real, but everybody's posing for something.
but I mean, the Giants were supposed to not look like us, like kind of like human features, but not exactly like us. So
Yeah, they were
this
like
this would make sense, like humanoid. You know what I'm
Nephilim,
saying? But
right? They Nephilim?
yeah, same thing they say about the Bigfoot. It's a humanoid face, but it's not exactly like a like a human.
All right. Well, since I got my screen right there, if I switch to this one, can you see this now? The Telegram.
I was still looking at the same picture.
All right. Let me go back.
Scientists have figured out how to isolate the nutrients that help the body grow, and some families were experimented on knowingly and unknowingly. Yeah. Oh yeah, they got all kinds of experiments running on us, man. I feel bad for some military folks that had to deal with those experiments. One of my neighbors.
Right.
All right. This is it, bro. Odd people. Privately operated drones. You know what NPCs are? Non-player characters. You
Yeah,
just walk up
like
in the
uh,
game.
like Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, yeah. Walk up and down the street. They're just there. That's what they're saying that these people are, and these clones and shit, dude. They
Mm.
just fill the void. It's weird, bro. It can really you can fucking warp your mind a little bit when you really start going down these rabbit holes.
Yeah,
That's why I have it for my logo and shit, bro.
Killery had a few glitches. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh yeah, I got the one where she chokes up them green balls and spits them in a glass. I got the video.
oh yeah, her little embryos and stuff.
Yeah, alien seeds and shit. I don't know what the fuck bitch is tripping on. Look
Like
like
you
some big
plugged the
ass
tube.
balls that were green.
You wired that one wrong. Yeah. Are you playing something or?
Yeah, here I go. I thought you were still talking.
Drones.
What
My
are the
bad.
pod people? All right, so every 360 years, we go through a reset, and it's symbolized by the total eclipse of the sun. The last one would have been around 1660, which is why everything is like founded after that date when they found all these Tartarian buildings. The Tartarians were the builders, the giants. They had free electromagnetic healing energy when their cathedrals, and then they were all wiped out by the mud flood because it goes flood, fire, flood, fire. And then they created the pod people. Um, this is where
Shit.
all the incubator babies came from, and then the orphanages were sprouting up. These were the white pod people,
White.
white fake people, incubated in orphanages and grew to adults, and they could reproduce about 10 times before they're sterile. These are people that follow all the rules no matter what. They can't think outside the box. Usually plain clothes. They do what they're told. They
Hmm.
work, eat, sleep, church, reproduce. They're the archons. TV is their narrator. It's where they get their signal, and they follow the narrative. And if you ask them, like, think outside the box or go against anything that's outside of their program, you're met with anger. And this is the herd mentality. They're all about the herd mentality, to where when you're intermingled with them and you're surrounded by them, you start to think you're the crazy one because you're not following the herd mentality. And that's why it was set up that way. Um, let's see, it's the narrative, the herd, the pod people. These are privately operated drones. This is where we get the term private citizens. They're the worker bees. Um, Privates in the army are the low ranking ones. And we've turned them into non-productive private citizens because their 10-time reproductive cycle is ending. So these people age faster. They look older than they are. If you look at those old pictures of all the orphans, if you look at them, they're like 10 years old, but they all look like they're like 60 in the face. These age very fast. Um, and
Wow.
they just do what the TV tells them: eat, buy, get shot, wear your mask. TV is their god, and
Obey.
they're used to influence the real humans who came over probably after, if you're creative, your family members probably came here after 1660. I know both sides of my family came here in like 1890. But they look old when the rapture comes. It's just that their signal is turned off because they've turned into these non-productive, sterile private citizens. Um, and they're just the followers. You know, they're the herd, they're the sheep, and they're there to influence you and just be these private um, citizens, these pod people, um, privately operated drones. So there you have it. Fuck off.
Ah, that's funny. There you have it. That's crazy, man.
Oh,
Yeah.
let's
So
see.
he,
I sent you that thing, bro. I don't know if I said that yet or not. I think I
that's
did.
that's exactly what we deal with too, man. When we start to question stuff like this, people come back with anger, like, "Oh my gosh, man!" I mean, I keep thinking about my brother because sometimes I'd be like trying to set him straight, like, "Bro, like, I know we had our differences, but damn, why you coming at me all heated like this?" You know what I'm saying? Like over this kind of information. Like, when I bring up Mandela effect, and he's like, all upset, like,
Be
man, I got
getting
the
big.
whole DVD,
They be getting
huh?
big mad and shit.
Yeah, it's like, why is he didn't have to come at me all angry. He's all upset that he has the DVD set of Mr. Rogers, and there's no way I can be, bringing up all kinds. He's like, I don't know, man. But yeah, he's exactly right. They respond with anger. TV is their god, and isn't it funny that everybody that wants to come at me all angry, they watch a hell of a lot of TV.
They do. And what are they? And then they say like, "Oh, where do you get your information from? The internet?" Yeah,
Exactly, the internet,
motherfucker.
right?
That's where all the best information is. Fuck kind of question is that?
Exactly.
You got to do your own research. You got to, don't just take what somebody tells you as face value. I
Said,
cross check and check different sources and, listen to different people. And if somebody says something, I'll go scope it out in different sites and,
you know,
you don't know what the fuck's going on around you, bro. Not to cuss in your chat, but I'm sorry.
that'd be good. No, so then, I mean, it gets
It
frustrating.
gets frustrating, right? That's what
It does, and they're like, are we supposed to like continue to? Because I mean, part of what we do is because we give a damn.
I can only drop
Um,
so many memes and shit on my channel. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? So
if we didn't
look,
care about people, we wouldn't be sharing this stuff or questioning it. We just let you go and do your half-ass macarena and go get jabbed up. You know what I'm saying? But we care, So I mean,
yeah, that's fucking weird. That's weird,
so
weird.
so do people turn into pod people, or are they born pod people?
I don't know. You want to watch this repopulation postcard?
Yeah,
It's
yeah, run
about
that.
cloning and everything, bro. And this talks about a lot about the Cabbage Patch Kids. And then, to think of the Cabbage Patch Kids today, it's weird, weird, weird. Like the ones they brought out in the mid 80s. Can you see it?
Yeah. Yeah. I hear it. I hear it, but I don't. It's not playing.
All right.
Clone.
Pause for the cause real quick. Get back here. Stop.
Is there a link between colonial and clones? What's the root word of that?
The DNA is what they're trying to get at, Loyal. You're onto it, bro. That's what they
Where we,
want.
I mean, colonies coming in and repopulating this land and all this
Colonies,
shit.
clones. The village of the damned type shit. Remember that with all them little blonde kids walking around
Uh,
and creepy looking? Village of the damned? Google it. You'll see what I mean. They all walk in a straight line and shit. All these moms just started getting pregnant. Bro, it's a lot about that. It's a lot about that.
mm.
Village of the damned. Little blonde haired, blue eyed kids, and they all look great. And shit starts happening too. but it's kind of on that same genre, as far as I don't know.
Oh shoot. Yeah, that's a scary little picture they got there.
All right, bro. Is this coming up now? Dude standing on top of a hill.
Oh yep, there we go.
Say when.
Go in. Win.
When. Ronnie, when. Say when, Ronnie. When.
What is this? Oh shit.
And old world
She
Photoshop,
talks a little low in the
we began to
beginning, but
notice a trend with old
you'll be able to hear
postcards
it in a
from the
minute.
1900s showing early examples of compositing. Just when you
Already.
think on these, if there's a catalog, it's not easy to come by.
What the hell?
You're
Early
showing you how
examples of
they could
photo
manipulate
manipulation,
photos even back then.
they had
Uh,
surreal photo postcards in which they would attempt to trick people with the illusion of photography. As we continued to look through these old postcards, a very strange and unsettling trend started to become apparent. It began with just simple baby postcards. At first
They're
thought,
all alone and shit.
seems like any ordinary postcard. But as with the same sky postcard mystery, where the author began to see a trend of a variety of postcards, well, there's a category of postcards that deserves its own name and label.
A lot of them come
But
in
it
on the
doesn't seem
water
very well
too.
known, as there are no websites or videos explaining this
I'm seeing so many pyramid hats.
These all
The
coming in on the
mystery
water.
of the repopulation postcards.
Trains, see the
There
cabbage.
are other names for this style, such as baby postcards. By the end of this video, you'll be shocked at how many of these there are. We're talking in the thousands. We found one reference to what these cards were in a book on Amazon named Babylon.
I went through and paused it on each picture and really scoped them out, dude. It's
Seriously, there's so much to talk about. And the beginning
yeah,
photos
and
alone.
each picture you could pour. It's 11 minutes long. Or it's got 11 minutes left, but you could pour over this for hours, bro. This whole
Uh,
little doc here.
Real babies, in which the author describes these same peculiar 1900s
That's the book.
postcards
It's the real babies.
and how they would
look at
deeply
babies hatch from eggs. That's what it says. That ties into what Loya was talking about.
Yeah.
Yet the author even admits that little is known of their history.
Why are they all
In order to
alone?
understand-
Look, there's more in the cabbage field. Look at these. I mean, dude, it's wild. This farmer's got one picked and he's giving it to this lady. And you'll see whenever there is a female, there'll either be a farmer with a farmer's hat or there'll be a female with either a big bow or a big lavish looking hat. Like she's the madam over all these kids. The very first movie ever produced or ever put into movie form, the best first ever film ever, was a commercial about Cabbage Patch Babies, where this lady in the big hat is dancing around in this cabbage patch. It's like a legit garden, and she's
Yeah.
reaching down and she's picking up these babies and showing them to the camera, and then
Uh,
laying them back down. And she'll walk over here and grab one from this cabbage and show it to the camera. And the babies are on the ground, nude, and they're clearly, distraught and screaming and crying. It's weird, bro. That's the first film that was ever put out in TV.
was it you that was talking about one of these pictures of the kids coming in? And they were like being brought in, like it was like a buggy that had all of them in the back, and the dude was like handing them off to a woman like this, and he was like pretty much like a dealer. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
you know what I mean? He was dealing out babies and selling them.
exactly. Like how farmers grow cabbages and sell them on the side of the road. It's weird,
Damn, man,
bro.
that's a
Weird.
freaking weird
And
feeling, bro.
then here's my thing, bro. If there wasn't any validity to some of this stuff, because these aren't all the same artists of these cards.
Uh,
If there wasn't any validity or any kind of, stuff happens because stuff has happened. You know
yeah,
what I mean? You don't. That's why McDonald's started putting the caution it's hot on the lid, is because they got sued when the dumb bitch burned herself. Right now they put this caution. They would have never did that had they probably not been sued. And it's the same thing. People wouldn't just come up and make this shit up. And all these different artists all over the world talking about it. And it's like it was a trend. It was something that was really going down. And then none of this has ever been talked about in our. I mean, I've never been taught it in school and shit. The only reference that we have is like the Patch Doll kids, and they made a big deal about them bastards too. You know what I
I'm
mean? That was almost
questioning.
like a cult following. Everybody wanted the Cabbage Patch Kid.
Yo, Lucky Haskins. This is the guy right here, man.
Who is it?
What's up,
I
Lucky?
can't see in the chat, bro. I'm in this picture.
Uh, everybody needs to follow this dude right here. I mean, Flat Earth. Uh, you everything you want to know from this guy's got it. Let me know
Oh
if you
yeah,
want to come up, Lucky, and talk
grab his
about this
name,
stuff,
bro.
man.
I'll scope it, but I'll just let this play. But yeah, just keep an eye out for kids that
Yeah,
look like they're growing, literally growing.
I'm
It's weird.
questioning the damn lady right here, man. I'm like, so what does she represent? Is she uh of a being or a race of people couldn't have their own kids? I don't think they're human, man. I think these are something, the
Villages of the
fallen
damned.
angels. Yeah,
And
those
they all
those
kind of look. I
beings.
mean, this is just this picture, but they're all about the same age. They're all like I'm saying. How do they get so many kids at one time to fill up all the void? Where do they all come from? Where you get 200,000 moms in that time span to all give their kids up?
I don't
Even if
know.
even if it was each mom had two kids, that's still 100,000.
Serious. Two kids alone, you'd question where the hell you get these kids from? You know what I'm
Bro, you get a train load and they're bringing them in on the train loads, bro.
saying?
Anyway, let's get on with it. Is that dude gonna
Yeah,
come up here?
yeah. Oh, I'll put it out there if you want. If you want to jump up,
Well,
Lucky man.
people doing repopulation postcards. A thorough
Repopulation
understanding of
postcards.
resets, criteria, orphan trains, incubators, asylums, and oddfellows will be necessary.
I'm shopping.
These cards depict babies being grown.
That's sick. That's sickening, brother.
Weird, ain't it, bro?
There are
It's a
many
weird
different
feeling, man.
category. One of the most interesting is the Cabbage Patch Babies. Variety of themes involving growing babies.
All right, Lucky. Peace, brother.
1906. Right at that turn of the century, bro. Some shit
What's 1906? What does that stand for?
from the 1800s to the 1900s. 1906, the year. That's what I'm guessing.
Man,
Babies on plants.
like it's not even a cute thing anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
Mushrooms.
eerie.
Weird.
Yo,
Babies
what's
in
up,
the water.
loyal?
What's up, man?
Hey, bro, what's up, bro?
What's up, chap?
Yeah, the baby's coming in the water and watch these women.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of it has to do with water.
The hats, look at all the lavish hats. The
I'm
water
Hey, do
thinking
you
of
guys notice
amniotic
something?
fluid. What's up, bro? Hold on, let me pause real
You
quick.
guys
I can't
notice
hear you.
something? I was
Go
gonna say,
ahead.
you guys notice something weird about the babies? If you guys look closely, they all look like twins.
Yeah, like
They
right
all,
here, like this little boy
yeah,
looks
but not
like this
identical
little boy.
twins. They all
Yeah,
have that resemblance.
yeah. A
so they
round
clone.
face, or like they could be cloned. Or maybe there's different sets of clones. Like this guy and this girl are all one clone. Or like these ones up here might be another clone. I don't know, bro. It's just and right here they talk about all of them coming in on the water.
Hmm.
It represents like the amniotic fluid, and then you'll
Yeah,
see
but look
some
at
of
the
these.
flags.
Uh,
Yeah,
Marine
What
Kingdom, bro.
what flags are those right there in the background?
I don't know. And there's all kinds of different flags in these videos. Like I said, you could break this shit down, bro, and really scrutinize and go over each picture with a fine tooth comb.
Hmm.
That'd be a whole nother, live stream if you guys wanted to one night.
That's crazy.
So this
It's like they're catching fish and shit. Look, babies everywhere.
Hold on, man. I'm getting a lot of the Marine Kingdom vibes because you get the fish. I've seen a few already, like 3 or 4 now with the fish, and the fish is always pointed up. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like the what's that god that they worship, man? The one that
Mm.
the Pope's hat is fashioned after.
Yes, yes. The hat on the pole.
I think it starts with a K or something.
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank, bro, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
But the fish is bringing in kids. The fish is cooking kids. The fish is driving a buggy.
Mm-hmm. All right, right here.
Babies
Shit.
on
I'll pause it. Right,
Oh, that greenhouse was creepy.
right there. See how
Yeah,
he's got this, and she's got this. They say these are like representations of the tools that they use in the birthing process. Because there's a lot of ladies dipping them out with nets or fishing poles, and I don't know who this dude is, but they
he's the
say the
dealer.
water represents the amniotic fluid, and these tools represent like utensils and shit. I don't know, bro. It's wild. I can't wrap my brain around it, but it's interesting to show other people and talk about it for sure.
that flag that I was just talking about when you had it on there, that's the Polish flag.
Cabbage Patch roller coaster.
Yeah, and this is all in French too, so I don't understand
Wow.
that either. I thought this was France.
plants. Babies on mushrooms. Babies in the water.
Oh my God, was that a baby? I don't know. It looked like it was killing something. There goes more
Bro, there's
fish.
some ominous shit in here. Wait till I'll stop when they start talking about the baby trains. I'll stop on one, dude. It's crazy. It's like, why would they even put that in there? You know what I mean? It's fucking weird, bro.
Babies in a nest. Babies in eggs being hatched.
What the
Then
hell?
the babies arrive on the train.
That stork is always there.
Here it comes. There. Look at this chick.
Yeah, yeah.
What is up?
Uh,
Loyal?
powered
What
by.
flag is this? What flag is this, Loyal? That was the other flag I told you that was in here. Green
Which
on the
one?
bottom, white on the top. This little girl's holding it up. But dude, this is an orphan train, right?
Hmm.
And obviously there's a couple naked kids. Well, here's the engine of the train. This girl's got the shush thing. This little girl here, dude, is inside the boiler. To me, that looks demonic. Look at this poor girl's up in the smokestack. All the smoke's going back on the kids. If you look at the faces of some of these, bro, it's like I said, if we broke down each picture, obviously these three are nude.
Mm.
This
That
was like
one
a
in the
big
furnace.
dress, like a wedding gown and like a little kid wedding right here. I mean, the more you watch, the more you see. This kid's got something he's holding up.
Damn, uh, chap.
Yo,
It says that flag is the Saxony flag. It's the combination of flag from the Federal Republic of Germany and Schwarzrot gold with the coat of arms of the Lower Saxony.
wow.
Damn.
I don't know what this date is. It's 7216, and it's on the coal car too. You had the engine, then you had the coal car, and then all your freight cars and box cars and shit, and then you had the caboose. But that's 7216.
7216.
7216. I don't know, bro. It's just weird shit. Look at this little girl doing a face, and this one's waving goodbye. Clothes are laying on the ground. This girl looks like she's scared. He's in diapers still.
But these aren't renderings. These are actual photos. This is like early Photoshop type technology.
Right.
hmm These are
This,
these are actual pictures of kids
yeah, these are pictures of kids, but they moved them around.
over a drawing.
Right. Yes. That's what I thought. I thought that was clear already, but thanks for clearing that up. And they all have like an older look to them. The kids do too. There's a significance
There's
about
something eerie about these photos,
the stork.
as if someone's trying to tell us something.
Yeah, there is something behind the stork. I can't put my finger on that.
The stork mates for life, and it doesn't care about looks. It only mates the one stork that it connects with, and they said that's got something to do with the whole fertility thing because it shows that they're loyal to their mates, or I forget. He might break it down in this one. There's a longer version of this too. This one's 13 minutes, and the other one was like an hour and 20.
Cabbage Patches. Does this have anything to do with the Cabbage Patch
The
Kids?
girl's good.
So, where do babies come from? In the early 1900s, the most common answer given to children would simply be that the stork would bring the babies, or that they were found in cabbage patches. But why would babies be found in cabbage patches? The legend of the Cabbage Patch Kids involves a young boy named Xavier who meets a mystical fairy bunny bee creature, so a hybrid or chimera, and he follows this bunny bee through a secret tunnel behind a waterfall. On the other side of this waterfall, he finds that babies are being produced in a cabbage patch. The stork, known as Colonel Casey, would then come and pick up the babies. He even has his own uniform. So he's a worker, a soldier, as well as the Cabbage Patch Kids' official historian that would then deliver the babies to their new homes. Not only that, but there's an evil witch named Lavender McDay. She and her weasel and jackrabbit henchmen are literally trying to enslave the
McVeigh?
to be miners to dig for gold in the valley. You can get all the exposition for the lore and story through their 10-song album. It goes over how they were created, to the witch, to even the lament about their enslavement. It's pretty dark. The original concept for the cloth dolls was created by Martha Nelson Thomas, and she called them doll babies. And the story really had nothing to do with cabbages or chimeras or witches. It wasn't until Xavier Roberts, or Xavier, like the little boy in the story, hijacked her design that it became what it is today. So I can't help but wonder if Xavier Roberts just came up with a story all on his own. Like, did it come to him from the collective consciousness? Or does he just have a soft spot for child labor? There's actually a place you can go in White County, Georgia, where they do live births, and you can look it up on YouTube to see what I'm talking about. The bunny bee character also is a hybrid creature of two animals that both symbolize rebirth and resurrection on a mass scale. As we know, rabbits reproduce in droves, and the bee symbolism makes me think of a hive, or a queen or source where all the offsprings originate from.
The bees are also
It would
pollinators.
seem
The
that
birds
this
and the
is some
bees.
sort of reference to babies being created and have on a mass scale.
She didn't say
Why were
that
there so
though.
many orphans?
Yeah.
Most common answer will be
Whoa,
There goes 1906 again.
you this kid smoking a hookah, bro? No cap. Shit, I went back a little bit too far.
County, Georgia, where they do live births.
He'll be down
And
here
you
in
can
this
look it up on
corner.
YouTube to see what I'm talking about.
These
The bunny
pictures,
bee
these
character
postcards
also
are
is a
wild.
hybrid creature of two animals that both symbolize rebirth and resurrection on a mass scale.
Right.
As we know, rabbits reproduce in droves, and the bee symbolism makes me think of a hive, or a queen or source where all the offsprings originate from. It would seem that this is some sort of reference to babies being created in a lab on a mass scale. Why were there so many orphans?
There.
The one laying down too.
See the hookah? You see it?
No, I got the little. It's behind the black thing right
Yeah,
there.
there it goes.
Uh,
Now you see it?
yeah. Hold on, let me move my thing out the way.
This kid over here is smoking a pipe. Watch. See the pipe? There's the smoke coming out of it. It's one of them real long ones. He's got his coffee or whatever, his tea. He's kicking back, smoking. It's like they're little adults and shit. It's weird, bro. Now, I'm not saying the kid was doing that in real life and they took a picture of him, but
Mm.
it's just there's one where they're all sitting on these cows and the cows are their straws hooked up to all the cows' udders and it's feeding all the
Most common
kids.
answer will be,
I'll
the
pause it
baby
on
boom.
that one too. That's an
But this didn't
interesting one.
happen until 1946 to 1964. These postcards are from 1890 to 1910.
Right. Wrong
There's
baby
really
boom.
no explanation for the burst of orphans that we see being brought into the United States, or the amount of orphanages and asylums that exist that no longer seem to be necessary. Could the baby boom narrative be a way to sweep this part of history under the rug? The orphanages were always
HB.
around. After the 60s, people just stopped having babies and getting married after World War II, according to the narrative.
These are the incubators. All these preemies.
Yeah.
All this, where are you gonna find that many? What you'll see there, they have lines of them, bro. There's one here, and there's nurses that tend to them. And they said that the royal family likes to come in and visit these. They were like a sideshow at the fair.
Yeah.
They would
One of
come
the
see
World Fair.
live movies at the World Fair. Yeah,
They would have like 8 or 9 incubators just lined up for you to come take a look.
weird, bro.
Crazy.
Then there were the incubators of 1900s. It's difficult to keep premature babies alive with modern technology, yet they were doing this back in 1835 in Europe. They turned this into a sideshow, where at the world fairs they would show off these child hatcheries, these
Yeah, there
incubators
you
of
go.
live children. And for some reason, the royals would come and witness these
Look at all
events.
them.
So there's this genetic manipulation cloning idea in which these babies are actually being grown in some sort of pods. Perhaps the symbolism of the Cabbage Patch mirrors that process. Humans do resemble plants in the way that we're connected to a stem in our fetal state, and our whole lives are spent ripening. In the fetal abduction theory, we typically see a
Oh,
sleeping woman with either a fishing hook or a fishing net pulling a child out of the water. Perhaps the hook and net represent medical tools and the water amniotic fluid. In either scenario, it would make sense that these babies have to end up in incubators or hatcheries. And it begs the question, how did all these premature babies get here? If women back in, these days were having babies prematurely, why in such large numbers? And the babies all being babies, they'd have to have traveled there somehow within a short period of time. What are the chances that so many premature babies were
exactly.
just wherever their mothers were to these incubators all in time? And why do they
They all look alike too.
Uh, Lucky makes a good point. They're just the incubators are claimed to raise them up extra fat, just like how we hear about clones. They rate they're like they grow 7 times faster than we do, or that's a number I heard, but uh, that's crazy.
Yeah, they're
The
more genetically advanced.
Yeah, the pod that they showed, it was like a woman, and then beneath her was a bunch of eggs in the form of like a V, with the babies in them. It looks like just like the acorn, and the acorns are always in. They're always present in the Tartaria stuff, man.
Yeah.
You'll see acorn statue, just like a stone or marble acorn everywhere.
hmm The acorn, you know what that'll do? It'll reproduce a whole big ass tree for you.
Uh,
It's weird how all this ties together, bro. It's kind of surreal.
it's crazy,
You
man.
know what I mean? Like knowing it and connecting all the dots
Yeah,
really is surreal. It puts you into
oh,
like a different category. Like I don't look at people the same as I ever used to before. If they can't see it, I know like it's weird. I just don't have time for a lot of foolishness like that.
yeah,
Like get with the program. This shit really happened, bro.
charged people to view them as if this was some sort of exhibition or sideshow, and not a pressing matter of life and death. For centuries, the stork has been thought of as a symbol for new beginnings and family lineage. The idea that this creature represents life giving events also makes sense because storks are monogamous creatures, and they mate only once every year with their partners that they've chosen beforehand, choosing mates based solely on personality instead of looks, like many other birds. Now we've got kids inside a train, orphan trains. Why so many orphans? Were these orphans taken from their families? Were they trained to instruct a new generation of genetically created babies?
Yes.
Or were
Yeah,
they
and there was a
monad
bunch of them
babies?
smoking right back there.
And we've got kids growing on trees, kids being carried by storks. The Greek goddess Hera and her Roman counterpart Juno also favored the stork. And I'm sure you guys remember that quirky little teen pregnancy movie from the 2000s. And I suspect that Artemis of Ephesus is an ancient fertility symbol used by the elite to signify their ability to reseed a new population. So we've got hooks removing babies, kids in
That statue is also known as Diana, and that's where Michael Jackson gets the Dirty Diana song, I believe.
the water with a woman holding a net or fishing rod. The water the amniotic fluid, pulling children from the wombs of their mothers, perhaps? Could that be why there are so many premature babies? Or are they genetically manipulated? Cloning is not impossible. Just look at Miracle Millie.
Pyramid hats.
Maybe AM Flex is a great example. Hollywood is definitely alluding to this reality of artificial repopulation. Cabbage Patch Kids sort of reminds me of those medieval occult books that depict humans growing from roots
Look
and
at that.
growing
The
mandrake.
hell?
Yeah, like the dog's helping pull the kid out.
So you think, man,
That's why I was like, well, maybe if it was like they took this technology and perfected it, and the kids were actually grown. Dude, I know it's a hard, I know it's stretching, and it's so hard to believe that it sounds crazy. It sounds crazy to me saying it, but why else would
Mhm.
there be this kind of pictures and stuff? Is this all just fantasy? Somebody's just
Nah, man.
throwing up weird stuff, and this ain't the only one, bro. Watch.
Well, you confirm it by putting it on TV. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at Disney. That's that. Tell me that's not Groot right there. You know what I'm saying? Groot from the Guardians of the
Oh yeah,
Galaxy. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Predictive programming right there. They're just giving little hints.
yeah.
That's crazy. Hey, by the way, is Lawyer, is your mic all right? Or I don't know if he was trying to say anything.
Nah, it's on. I was just
Oh,
listening.
okay.
I was gonna
Okay. That's
care
my
what
bad.
Also,
Brad.
bro, make sure everybody in chats are in live chat and they all hit the like too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's don't be in top chat like a bot.
Yeah, don't be like me. I'll be doing that.
You have to
Like
I
do the
too
was
walk.
obvious.
waiting
Yeah.
for
You
an
have to do the
opening.
walk of shame over to the live chat room and shit.
Yeah, what's your comment? I mean, what are your thoughts on this so far, Lawyer?
Okay, I was waiting for an opening because this is gonna be a read. All right, so the whole cat idea, and this is just me saying it, uh, represents the crowning during childbirth. The cat.
Yep.
So that's not. I can see why they would resemble the Cabbage Patch Kids. That's why they only have the head showing on the Cabbage Patch Kid commercial or on the packages. It's like the head is crowning out of the womb. But not only that, bro. There's two gentlemen that you guys. This is all linked to. This entire incubator baby thing stretches all the way back to the 1400s.
You
And
broke up, bro.
okay, my
Stretches all the way back. What?
to the 1400s, maybe even further than that. And the thing is there was these scientists that made these devices to develop film, and not only develop film, but to also do the artificial respiration and circulation. You know how they put your family member if they're in a coma on on a machine to keep them
Yeah.
alive.
Mm-hmm.
There's a machine that was created for that. It's called the membrane oxygenator, and it was created specifically for that, and that's another way that they utilize that technology in the incubators, because those premature babies had to be submerged in embryonic fluid in order to survive the incubation process.
That's
So
why they call them pod babies, because it was in a pod, right?
yeah, well, it was like in a sack, in like
Yeah. I got pictures of baby calves in there, bro.
yeah.
The bag in the box wine.
Hmm. Yep, exactly like that. You exactly right. That's exactly how they did it. And they utilized that membrane oxygenator to swap out the old blood and reoxygenate it. Really, actually, to re CO2 the blood.
Well, bringing back to football, there's a technique called blood doping. That's
Hmm.
where your studs of the game, your quarterback, your running back, linebackers,
They get a blood transfusion before.
yes, they donate their own blood prior to the game, so that
Yep.
it's on hand. That gets reoxygenated, and as soon as they ran in there for halftime, they all get hooked up to the IV, and boom, get that fucking fresh blood through their system.
But you know what? Check this out. With the dialysis, right?
Yeah,
You know, if you ever had a family member on dialysis, they told you that they were cleaning the blood, reoxygenated it, right?
yep.
But in actuality, what they're doing is
Listen,
they're removing the oxidation from the blood, because the oxidation in the blood is just like a corrosive, and as the blood tends to
kind of like rust.
yeah, exactly, bro. So if they're removing the oxidation from the blood, what are they actually removing? They're removing the oxygen from the blood, bro. Yeah, because oxygen is an oxidizer. So
Right.
they're removing the oxidation from the blood, which is the oxygen, and what's left over is the plasma and the carbonated blood cells. You guys ever seen a deep wound? The blood comes out darker than just a flesh wound. That dark blood is highly carbonated blood. Everybody has it. That's the process that goes through. That's why we expel more carbon dioxide than we do oxygen, just like we breathe in more carbon dioxide than we do oxygen. They've been lying to us about the whole system. Plants don't create oxygen, it actually creates CO2 and hydrogen. We create oxygen as well as the water droplets from the plants. You guys ever stood up under a weeping willow tree?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And you felt the little sprinkles of the water? That's oxygen coming from the leaves of the plant.
Mm.
That's
Wow.
not CO2, bro, because CO2 is lighter than water. So oxygen is water. Yeah. So our body actually creates a form of electrolysis, and that electrolysis separates the oxygen from the hydrogen in liquids. And we actually feel when you ever got dizzy and they tell you you're lightheaded, they're telling you that because you've just sped up the process. When you stand up, blood rushes to the lungs. That's why it doesn't rush from the head or to the head. When they say you're having a head rush, that's totally opposite what's happening. When you stand up too fast, blood rushes from the heads to the lungs, because the lungs is the largest, it's a pump. It helps pump the blood throughout the body while we're constantly involuntarily breathing. It's a weird system, man. It's a lot of dry information. But the part I really wanted to say is that the Cabbage Patch kids were uh, supposed to the birth cat
Hmm.
Right.
the womb, the crowning of the womb.
Exactly. And they've had like little used to be the thing to do when you got your dial was to do these live births, and they'd pull them right out and show you and shit. It's crazy, bro.
I'm
There's
thinking
about a
about.
minute left on this. You want? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I was going to start the game, but if you still got something to say,
Oh, I mean, you brought up the theory. I mean, this is the first time I hear it from you, Chad, about us being tied to the plants. I mean, and this is what is portraying. This is what we're saying here. Um, and I was thinking about how we have to get what do you call it? Grounded, right? We got to start walking around barefoot,
What they want
connecting
you to
to the
do.
earth, right? Well, if you believe in that, I mean, they're saying that there's something about grounding and the damage that we get without sunlight. I was looking at growing humans out of the ground. I was just looking at stupid pictures people put, but it brought it up. I mean, the science, the fake sciences that they're teaching us, what I'm saying, and ties to what we're hearing, what we're learning here on the internet. Uh, it just seems to be more valuable with the teaching in a damn school. Um, but yeah, man,
What happened
it
was,
ties.
go ahead.
I'll say it also ties to the Bible. I mean, we're out of the ground. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's
Well,
something
I was
we're
gonna
missing
say
here.
the information is out there, right? But it was scattered around everywhere, and the internet has brought it all together so people can all see it as one big story, big picture. You know, that's what like these Reddit posts and stuff, and people are blogging and everybody's chiming in on it. Or you watch a YouTube video and there's 200 comments underneath, people telling you
Hmm.
their experience or their insight on it. I mean, it's like you pick stuff up, talking to your fellow man more than you would going to school every day and reading a book that the Rockefellers designed. All right, you ready? I'm gonna watch. Want to watch the last of this?
Go ahead.
It's a lot to do with just check out all the pictures of these kids growing. Plant people is what I call
which are known to have occult properties for making one go insane.
them. One over here.
Babies are also ready to join their elite clubs. They're even given top hats. Technology, clothes, empty cities. Babies floating in on boats, all signifying children being born or found and then taken by the mother, the one with the basket. Yet, this is a figure that represents the government's function as a mother, a corporate operation of generating foundlings in order to fill their newly emptied and burned cities with new humans. Whoever made these postcards are trying to tell us something very dark about the world we live in, as if it's humorous. There's an extraordinary amount of work put into these early photo manipulations. One would think there should be a good resource for these old postcards, but they are rare and difficult to find. Babies with hats, babies in the empty cities, babies with new technology, babies in the classroom,
Right
babies
here.
being brought.
Look at this. All these straws are hooked up to the cow's udders. This one's got a damn magazine or whatever. He's sitting there reading it. They all look the same. Look at their eyes and nose. Look at his eyes. Why? It's
They look,
weird,
they look
man.
terrified.
Yeah, these cows are all tied up. Who the
You know,
fuck's gonna put their baby up in on top of a cow and strap a straw to their udder? And how do they know to just keep sucking on it? Because everybody knows that when you're milking a cow, you got to manipulate that um the teat to
yeah.
pull the milk down. It's not
So,
just a. They
so
would
they
have to
can't.
be hard as hell to do what I'm saying.
Yeah. So it can't really work. You know what I'm saying? It's just a
Kids would
prop.
be fucking turbo sucking. Like they hook them up to machines to get the shit to come out.
This
Or
reminds me of those photo studios when you take your family. You know what I'm
mm-hmm.
saying? Like if this is a real photograph and the guy's over here at the side of the camera, like, look over here, look over here. Smile. The kids look scared as hell.
I don't know, bro. This is what they say.
Caught in boats.
What they passed around back in the
Babies
day.
being grown in a variety of different situations. Is this some type of clever reference to the cloning of humans?
Right.
We know of the sudden rise in orphans during the 1800s. Well, where do they all come from? Where do babies come from? All we can hope is that our minds may be unveiled.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, Do I truly understand what this reality is?
You're not lucky.
Yeah, I like my hell, man. I've been for a while. Years now.
You're roboting again, brother.
Oh, okay. My bad.
This is good one too, but it's longer. This is like an hour. But
You know what's funny, man?
what's up, bro?
I no, like straight up, man. I remember a dream I had as a kid, and the dream ended up being like something that I thought was real. I don't know how old I was, freaking 6 or 7, but I remember being a kid and thinking that uh, how my parents got together. I never thought like you don't think about the 70s and 80s and 60s where they really came from, but um, I thought that babies were
See what's in
got together, that babies like met up and then grew up as kids and then started like that my mom and dad met as a baby in our apartment and then grew up there and raised their family. You know this repopulation stuff, man. I was like, I was the stupidest dream or thought that I could have had as a kid to think about how life started before. I didn't think there was any 1800s, nothing. As a kid, I just thought my parents are babies, got together just like this, and yeah, started this family, and other my friends, their parents do the same thing in their house, and nobody nobody moved from
Adam.
other place. Yeah, I was like, that was the beginning of civilization.
Mm.
Uh, but
Am I,
now I'm looking. This is what it reminds me of, man.
am I still on big screen or no?
Yeah, the video of the lady pulling the baby out of the plant.
inside here? We've got him in. Oh, here he comes. It's a little boy. Give him a smack on the bottom. Get him to cry. Oh, look at this. Get his nappy on. Bit of powder. Make him smell beautiful.
It was like a big deal, man.
There we go. There's on your baby. His name's Jack. There you are. Give him a big cuddle and a big kiss.
Yep, these made these kids say an oath.
Look,
Look, now there we can trade them on the stock market.
They're like little people. It's not as if you're just going into a shop and buying a doll and walking out. It's nice to go through the whole thing of seeing them born. You can see how they're being changed, and they get fed, and they get
Oh my gosh.
you say an oath. Um, and it's just a nice sense of
Delusional, right?
the owners of these, the new owners of their babies.
What kind of people buy these dolls?
Well, we've had people from say 6 months to the age of 60.
Are they buying them for kids or?
A lot of parents come in buying them for their children, for the young ones. A lot of teenage children actually come in here, and they're just crazy about them. They adore them.
Do you think that there's any psychological implications about the dolls, that there could be bad effects from thinking that it's like a real baby? Does anyone really believe that?
Most people think they believe it. They like to think that it's all true, but I think they realise that it's not. They're just going along with the whole fantasy and enjoying every minute of it. Just like I am. We're going to sit on the chair
That's a
here.
question, right? That's a loaded
Here
question.
they got it. This is the oath.
Look here. It's your beautiful darling. Hello. You've got your new baby. Yes. Is he going to sit on your knee? Put him on your knee like I've got you. Mum, would you like to go through the oath, please? Yes. Would you like to raise your right hand and look at the oath on the wall? Can you please repeat that? Yes. I promise to love my Cabbage Patch Kid with all my heart. I promise to be a kind and a good parent. I will always remember how special my Cabbage Patch Kid is to me. Thank you, darling. Can I have that? Right. Now here are your adoption papers and your birth certificate. We'll make sure you fill those in when you get home. Yes. Yes. Send them off.
No, ice cream. Adopt me. Adopt me. I'm not a cabbage doll. I'm real. Okay, guys, what do you think of the Cabbage Patch Kids craze?
Oh, I think they're a bit gimmicky and
People get so fanatical about them. After all, they're only dolls, and I'd rather have a dog. You'd rather have a dog? Yeah. What about you? I think they're gimmicky. I
Yeah,
suppose
no,
my
real.
give me a puppy than a vegetable any old day. Okay, what about you? They're all right, but it's a bit sappy, ripping a little dolly out of a plastic cabbage. So basically, you think it's better for girls than for guys? Yeah, I wouldn't get one. My sister thinks she came out of a cabbage. Does she? Oh. No, it sets sex education back a few years. Does it? I think it can be a lot of fun for the children. Obviously, they appeal to the children, but I think that it has to be kept on that level. Mm-hmm. When we first came in here and it was made such a production of, and we saw the babies coming out of the cabbages, Louisa, who's 3, said, "Is it a really truly baby?" And I said, "Well, it's a really truly baby doll." Wow. And I think that has to be drawn. I think fantasy is wonderful for children, for everybody. But on the other hand, I think people who say that one shouldn't have these fantasies, I think that's a pity too. I think a balance is a nice thing.
What's your doll's name? Cara Wilhelmina. Yours? Just Chestney. And yours? And do you think they're like real babies? Why not?
Why not?
Just don't think it's like a real baby. What about yours? Half a baby. And what about yours? Half a baby. You think yours is like a baby? Are you going to treat her as a real baby? Yes. You are. Why? I don't know. You just think that she's like a real baby? Yeah. What makes her like a real baby, do you think? She looks like one.
I don't like them myself.
Why not?
I don't know, I think that's stupid.
Do you like them? Yes. Why? Because they're cute.
Well, mine sleeps on my bed all day.
Right, so it's a bed ornament more
This
than
chick looks like she's about
Nighttime it comes
16 and
Does
shit.
it really?
Yeah.
Cuddly object.
Yeah. I mean, it said you have to cuddle them every day, so.
So you do. Yeah. Cabbage Patch dolls are fun, but you can't beat the real thing. Can you, Christopher? Hey? He's cute, isn't he?
Yep.
Dude,
Real.
watching this kind of stuff, bro, is like we lived in a different time frame and shit. Like we lived through some weird shit.
Yeah,
everybody thought.
Oh shoot!
Oh,
Chap got
no, when you first see something that comes on the market, right? We have no idea what the origin story of it is. All we do is we look at it and then we try and we accept every little answer they give us. Like the true origin of the Cabbage Patch was probably some psyop type mind control crap. And the
man,
cabbage,
Chap.
You ever
cabbage
been live stream and push the wrong button and put yourself out?
Oh, I didn't even know, man. My bad.
Yeah, Lawyer was saying about how people just follow what we see and without questioning.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
And that right there has a lot to do with what our parents tell us to do when we're little kids and shit.
Yeah. I was making some connections, man, while we were listening to the end of that video. You guys remember Lost?
Yeah, on the island with the doctor.
Yeah, and so the group A are the people that land here on that plane, and group B were the people that are already there, and the people there, man, were like going crazy. Not only were they stranded there, but the kids kept dying. They couldn't have their own kids, so they started stealing babies. You know, every baby that they got was a baby that was stolen. And I'm sitting there just like, damn, man, they're putting all kinds of stuff out there for us to put it together. You know what I'm saying? They just, again, just like how you said, people don't question nothing. They just take it as it is. Yeah.
But if they really wanted you to get the message, though, they wouldn't give you so many repetitious episodes. You see what I'm? They build a personality and an image. Like when you used to watch it back in the day, the movie stuck with you. Now, when you start watching a series, it's almost like you can't even remember the origin to where you're at. You didn't watch so many episodes.
Yeah.
And now it's just repetition now, man.
Yeah, that's how they keep us from learning, or other people from learning. There's so much entertainment now, man. I mean, we thought we had it made with 5 or 6 channels. You know what I'm saying? Like now it's unlimited entertainment, streaming services everywhere, entertainment on your phone, all the shorts and TikToks and everything. It's all there to design. I mean, it's there by design, to keep people with the short mind, what do you call it, short attention span. Everything's just be fed to them and they take it as gospel. You know what I'm saying? It's as truth. You know, it's so stupid, man. I mean, my goal is to try to still wake up as many people as we can uh, to figure this shit out. But yeah, man, this is a trip, bro. This Cabbage Patch stuff, man. I never. This is the deepest I've gone into it, and I'm only watching this one video with you. But yeah, a lot of stuff to be questioning.
Oh, there's a lot more questions than answers for
Mhm.
sure.
And why are the giant orphanages? They all get shut down. Every single one of them, just
Hmm.
like the fairs. Why not leave them there? I know one guy did a video where he walked into one of these facilities that's still up. I mean, it's abandoned, but it's still up. And he walks through there, and so many bathrooms and bedrooms, and you can see it's like, damn, there's like a freaking army up in here they were raising or something, man. Yeah.
Well, they kind of were. They were building a society. Have you
Uh,
guys heard the story of the Gigi gods and the Anunnakis?
Yeah.
no, I haven't.
Anunnakis, yeah.
Yeah, it's similar to the incubator baby story. How they just produced a bunch of kids to be the next labor force for a group of people that didn't want to work for God, and it was weird.
Uh,
Yeah, the Agigi gods were the original slaves, and they rebelled against the gods. And the gods were like, you know what would quell your anger? And the Agigi gods said, we don't want to work for you no more. Why should we work for you and you do nothing? So the Anunnaki, the gods were like, hey, okay, well we'll share the secrets of how you guys became, so you can make some workers for you that can work for all of us. So they did it. They went through the entire ritual and everything, man. There's a story on YouTube. It's a young lady that's reading it, and she talks about it. I did a review of the video, and yeah, I tried to break down as much as possible about how they did the ritual, what that represented today. If we were to do the ritual, it would almost be like the artificial insemination and the
hmm,
incubated baby type scenario. So it goes in. I went into a lot of crap, man, but there's still a lot to dissect from that type of story because I mean, shit, they doing it right now. How are we gonna get that? I got a question for you guys, right?
yeah.
Now, does this sound weird? How are we gonna get to 9 billion people when we kill 3 million babies a year?
Hmm.
How did we get to 8 billion people when millions of people die every year accidentally, and then millions more are killed on purpose? And we also are killing the 3 million babies a year. And this happens every year like clockwork. How are we getting to 8 billion people and then soon to be 9 billion? Does that make any sense to you guys?
Yeah. This
Trip, bro.
sure. I don't know. I mean, I know we can clone, but I mean, where would you put them?
That's the thing, man. They've been lying about how many people that actually exist. And then on top of that, the people that are existing in large numbers are not being created naturally, if that makes sense.
Hmm.
I mean, if they had an incubation system, which we know they do, and they were pushing out thousands of people a year, who are they being supported by until they're able to support themselves? And then where the hell are they going? Because they're not popping up around here.
Yeah, Garrett, you're right there, bro. There's a lot of Hollywood people been cloned.
For sure.
So I do think that they got this little society thing going on, but I think that they're lying about the population, how fast it's grown, and then
Hmm.
if they can't say as many people are born versus people are dead, it's
Yeah.
overwhelming. They can't say that shit.
Well,
So
here's my thing too, bro. It's how many trafficked people that have grown up to be of birthing age that have been bred almost like a puppy mill to produce these offspring that aren't connected to the system at all. They
who?
got no Social security number. They got no, they're not even heard of because the parents came up missing. Imagine
Yeah,
that was a couple generations, and they'll never know their origins of these people.
but who's breeding with them? If you get a young girl, right, and you keep her
Yeah.
until she's birthing age, and then somebody has to breed with her, are
Okay,
both the breeders captives, or is this just a breeding mill?
I know, like that Father John or whatever. He was one of Oprah's homeboys, and he had a whole system. He was the father.
He was
He
the
would breed
man.
with them.
That's see the reason why I'm asking that question is because once you get a certain age, you're not fucking like a rabbit like that no more. You know what I'm saying? And that dude, that Oprah dude, there's no way he had that many women and he was doing it like that as old as he was. Come on, bro.
I mean,
I'm pretty sure he probably was getting a few of them, but the rest had to be, uh, man. It takes,
well, here's the thing, bro. They they also pimp these girls out. They trade them. They
yeah,
have their buddies come over. Look at Epstein. How many people he brought to his island to do nefarious acts with these youngins? You
Yeah.
know.
I know. You'd had to know that there were babies that were being produced and all of this crap.
See, the trafficking sector is the biggest, most lucrative industry in the world. It trumps the whole drug industry, even with fentanyl and added in and crack epidemic and all that. Human trafficking is top dog, and here's why:
Be
is
right back.
you got you get them when they're little babies or young kids, and they're supposedly pure. So there's people that pay top dollar for them so they can use in their rituals. We all know what happens there: the bloodlettings and
Yeah,
sex magic and all the other nine. Or they could, and then then after the um, ritual is over, whatever organs and tissues aren't consumed, they could be harvested and sold on the black market. And then as the kids start getting older and they're not as desirable anymore because they're, in early teens, 12, 13, they've been passed around and, been to every party. And I mean, it's sick to think about this shit, dude. It really is. It fucking irks me to even say it out loud.
I
But
know, man.
uh so once that happens, bro, and then they can take those kids, and if they want to, they can harvest all their organs and just do away with them and get a new crop, or trade two of them off to these people for a baby. Or I mean, dude, they're all interconnected. It's like a big network that we're not involved with, so we don't really, I don't know how to connect in any of these fucking people. I wouldn't know the first person to ask if I wanted to get a kid. You know what I mean? It's just like these are these dudes' contacts in their Rolodex and shit in their phone.
Mm.
There was the dude that got killed, that Clinton aide that got killed. His main job was to allow. He orchestrated the visits. Who came in the White House to see Bill Clinton, and he signed the logs and stuff and set it all up, set up the meetings and everything, kind of orchestrated his day. I forget his title, but they killed him, bro. And his number one job was to uh, sign the logs every time Epstein came in. He, I guess it was like 30 or 13 times or some shit, like crazy. And
So why?
this dude was murked. They said he committed suicide by shooting himself in the chest and hanging himself with
Yeah.
his hands, with his hands tied behind his back and no weapon at the scene.
What the hell?
Oh yeah, suicide for sure. It could have been climate change that got his ass though. I don't know.
Yeah, bro. But I think I think what they're trying to do, man. They don't. I mean, these kids that they're creating and these humans and stuff like that. They're all. I think they're all created the same way. I think we've gotten to the point where there's no more creator creating the created. It's the created creating the created. You see what I'm saying? Like when they first started doing these incubator babies and using them for all of this nefarious shit, I think the original guys then died off, and now the ones that have been incubated and put through the damn ringer, now they have become the creators. Now they become the abusers. So now we're just dealing with some subhuman, and that's the reason why they're so callous and cold. And normal people, think that they're inhumane the way that they do business now.
Makes sense, bro. It's all demonic. Is what I mustered up in the end is it's good versus evil.
100%.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, bro. I'm gonna step to the big boys room real quick.
Oh
In their
yeah, I just made
eyes,
my ring.
though, they think that they're doing right. It's almost like somebody that was never exposed to morality. Their entire life was just immoral.
Yeah, for sure. I
Mhm.
mean, I'm a God fearing person. I think these people do not have that
Yeah.
fear at all, or reverence to the real God. I mean, they've been taught something else. Uh,
Well, when you're created in the fashion that they created, though, bro, you would
yeah.
think whoever created them wanted them to be something other than what we are, because normal people don't think the way that they think. I mean, if
Mhm.
I see another human, even if it's my enemy, I would still, have sympathy for him if something bad happened. You know what I'm saying? But I could just as well
Mhm.
turn around and harm him and make that, kill him.
Yeah.
But they don't think that way. They think that there's no such thing as your enemy and your
Hmm.
friend, or a good person or a bad person. They just think that you're just something that they have to utilize for their benefit.
Hmm. Yeah, man. I mean, it makes. By the way, Karen, yeah, The Simpsons did share a lot. Um, I think it was. I mean, I can't. I'm terrible at pinpointing where exactly it was in the Bible, but there is going to be a certain amount of people, a lot of people that just aren't going to make it, man. That just despise wisdom, real wisdom. Yeah, because there's the real and there's the fake, um, or artificial, and they're gonna, they're not going to. They're just not going to make it. You know what I'm saying? And it just sucks. I mean, I don't know how it is. We determine who to talk to and who not to, who to care for. Like how you said, if you see someone down and you have compassion in your heart, you're going to help them out. Some people just don't have that love in them. Who knows, man? The program that these people go through. But yeah, definitely something has programmed them to be of a certain way of thinking. You know what I'm saying? And so they do carry on with this evilness, man. It just doesn't phase them. They don't.
And
They don't feel it.
what if
You
it's like this? Uh, it's like that these people that are actually suddenly dying, right?
know. Hmm.
What if they are the people that are just like us, that aren't susceptible to whatever they're injecting them with, right? But then
Hmm.
there's some people that go on about their life and like ain't nothing happened, and they get like two or three extra ones. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think that
You know.
they might be. I'm not saying that they are, but it seems weird. Like they are so disconnected from regular people. They don't have
Mhm.
that innate fear that that shit is killing people, and I'm afraid of it. That's why I'm
Yeah.
not participating in it. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Yeah, they put placebos in a lot of them, bro. They can't have everybody die at the same time. That would
Well,
freak people out. You have a mass dying of now they're all dropping off sporadically. But if you look at my community tab post, you'll see the numbers of how many athletes over the age of 35 or
oh yeah,
35 and under, I'm sorry, that have died suddenly or had heart issues. And
yeah.
it's going from like the 60s all the way to 2000s. And that was 1100 and something. And then from 2000 to 2001, or maybe it's 2001, 2002, um, the amount is 1500 and something. So it just dwarfs, it's like 1,000 times more. Exactly, Forever Love. Sick people are more profitable. They can't make money if they heal you. They gotta have you. They gotta have you. Gotta have something wrong with the person.
Yep.
Person.
Starting to come out, man. That uh disease, if they say, could be hereditary, or these carcinogenic diseases like cancer, HIV, and all that stuff. They're starting to say, there's doctors, even scientists, are starting to say that it has nothing to do with human activity. It's all parasitic.
Hmm.
I want to show you guys something real quick. We were talking about cloning and stuff, and Garrett mentioned. He said that there's Hollywood. A lot of Hollywood's been cloned. Check this out and tell me if he's not right. These are all Hollywood actors. Now, what are the odds of all these people in the same profession all having doppelgangers that are in that same profession? And maybe not Hollywood, but I guess it would be Hollywood because she's done some shows and stuff. Even though she's a singer, let's just say entertainers, Hollywood affiliated. Keira Knightley and Natalie Portman, they look identical.
Hold on. Are you sharing it right now? Oh, bad. My bad. There we go.
Yep, yep. Peter Fancinelli, Christian Bale.
What the heck?
Zoe Deschanel and Katy Perry. Dakota Fanning, Amanda Seyfried. Look at this one. Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Heath Ledger, bro. They look identical. Look at Russell Crowe and Ben McKenzie. Bradley Cooper, Ralph Fiennes, Blake Lively and Anna Torv. Hilary Swank and Jennifer Gardner. This one looks real crazy too. Look at Nicole Kidman and Amy Adams, bro. Isn't that wild? Look at their teeth are even the same, dude. Different people.
Well, there's an industry of nothing but lookalikes, celebrity lookalikes. And
Yeah, but
that's
these are different. So these are completely different celebrities. Ben
no,
McKenzie, he's an actor too, just like Russell Crowe is. And you know
It's like,
who the drummer is that looks just like fucking Will Ferrell? They make jokes about it and shit. It's creepy. They did a drum off one night.
this is a drummer that looks like Will Ferrell.
I forget the name. Yeah, what band he played. I think it was Red Hot Chili Peppers drummer, if I'm not mistaken.
Pharaoh looks weird on his own. Shit.
Yeah, the sunken eyes. Chad Smith. Damn, he does look like. Okay, they did like a skit, didn't they?
Yeah, they both had a
With
drum
it.
off, bro. Because Will Ferrell
Yeah,
plays the drums.
that's funny. Or when what's the guy, the king, freaking LeBron James?
Yeah,
He had like a good play, and then the dude in like the second row looked just like him. He was like in the
Yeah,
background clapping for him.
yeah.
I saw
You
that.
seen
Look just like him and shit.
you seen the glitch in the Matrix NBA video?
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I got that too. Let me find that picture. Sorry, my room's a mess.
Oh, so is mine.
No,
That's
not
why.
my room, but my computer room here, all my shit. like a
Oh,
jump
okay.
scare, like a jump. I guess I could make my bed, but I want to
the
piss off. I don't want to piss off the diva and shit and wait and have her move. So I don't
the
get bit.
those glitches are crazy, man. Especially the MK Ultra when they start glitching out and pausing and you know
That's a whole
saying
other show, bro. But I got a little snippet here.
they start saying weird stuff.
We can break it real quick. Um, 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 um. None of my shit is in order, bro. It's like memes mixed with clips, mixed with JPEGs, mixed with
Gifts and shit.
yeah, everything, bro. Just whatever I liked at the time, I snagged it.
Yeah, I do that on Telegram.
It's
Oh,
chaotic, but I
Justin
kind
Bieber's Justin Bieber is super MK Ultra. He's a straight demon, dude.
of seen his face and shit after the jab. Him and
No,
Katy Perry both.
oh, I
I
seen
did a
the
community tab on it where I said who wore it better, the Pfizer smile or the Moderna smirk. And I did a poll and shit. I put a poll up there, and people were clicking who they thought. I think Katy Perry wore it better in the end.
no. There was a video that was scrubbed. It was like a bunch of girls uh, that were saying that they were, you know, how they wait in front of celebrities' people's houses out here in Hollywood and wait for them to come home from wherever, and then they like try to get pictures of them for their Instagram. And he came home and he was pissed at the fans, yelling at everybody, like, "Get out of here!" And then he started to charge towards the gate, and they said his face morphed, like it stretched up, and his face, his
Who's he?
Justin Bieber, and his mouth opened up like venom, like it was detached, like his jaw, you know, was super long. His jaw detached, and his mouth was, it was a straight demon. And he came out there, and they got a picture. One person got a picture. It was a little blurry, but that video I can't find no more.
Damn.
Wow.
There's a matrix glitch.
All right, let me turn it back. I'm gonna turn it down too. That shit's loud.
But there is a way for these people to change their faces and shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What's his name? Was it
Am I
Dr.
sharing this?
Dre?
No, I don't think I'm sharing it.
No.
Like making them
You talking about Nelly?
like
Nelly
that.
was on stage
That's
morphing.
possible a long time ago.
Was he? No,
Nelly,
who's the dude that's married to Beyonce?
Jay-Z.
Jay-Z.
Jay-Z. Jay-Z he couldn't control it. He started face morphing on the plane and scared everybody on the plane, and they had to do an emergency landing. Yeah. And people were like looking at him and taking pictures, and he had to he was sat there like this. They stopped the plane. They stopped the flight and brought it back down.
So
Where do you wait? Where did you got
video?
receipts or pictures or anything? I'm calling to
Um,
acquire, but shit, I want to see this shit too. I never heard about it just now.
Man, I don't think let's see. That was like 2018. Let's see if I can find some. What the hell is his name again? Jay-Z.
Yeah.
Shows you how much hip hop I listen to.
I just thought of a joke. A black dude, a white dude, and a Samoan all walk into a bar. Get it? Be us three. Black dude and a Samoan. Sounded funnier when I said it to myself.
How'd you like my duct tape joke yesterday?
Oh yeah, dude, I was cracking up. He said, "Let's go. Let me come with you and shit."
Can't find the Jay-Z one, but they're saying Beyonce did it on stage too. Okay, I'm looking at. Oh shit! What the hell, dude?
Look up the Nelly one too. All right, this one's only like a minute. This little NBA Matrix glitch.
Glitch in the NBA. It's kind of weird. There's a
Hold on,
bunch of
I'll
them. There's
remind
actually a
you.
whole string of them.
It's weird as fuck. This one is. Dude. Come on, I hate when it fucking does that. All right, you put this on big screen. It's kind of, you got to pay attention. Like you'll see these guys, and then there'll be somewhere they're sitting there and they all clap the exact same way, or like this one dude's picking his guy up off the ground, and the other dude's like an exact mirror image. And when they pick each other up, they do the exact same handshake, but they're on opposite teams. I mean, it's creepy, bro. It's like you'll see the similarities, and I can always run it back if you want me to. Just say hold, pause it, or run that back. This is 51 seconds, and there's a bunch of them, so it goes by kind of quick. I think I can slow it down though, but we'll just watch it regular speed.
There's a matrix glitch
Point
in
them
the
out.
NBA.
See how they all
It's
ran
kind
at
of weird.
once?
There's a bunch
See
of
them
them. There's
all
actually a
clap at
whole
once?
string of them where there is like you'll see people doing the same thing. It's hard to explain. Like two basketball players will be doing the exact same motion. It looks like someone just copied and pasted them, or people in the audience, or you just have to see it to believe it.
So basically, they're like walking and functioning in sequence.
Yes.
Like they're copying each other.
Yeah, like they've just been copied and pasted.
And it's like multiple people doing the
Watch
same
all three
thing
of them
at the
throw their
same
hands
time.
up.
Yeah, and it happens sporadically and randomly.
They all turn backwards.
It's kind of weird. It looks weird. Like two people will look this way or something, or like two people will do the same hand gesture at the same exact time, but in two different spots on the camera. It's kind of weird.
Want to watch it one more time?
That run in the beginning, bro. Right there. Ooh.
There's a what?
That run right there. That one right there. That's the craziest one.
Look like they're all bouncing at the same time. It's like a flash. I'm gonna go back. You know what I can do real quick?
No, they say right.
What is that?
They say it only takes 70 repetitions to condition somebody to do something to get a conditioned response. And that conditioned response will last for an entire lifetime until they change it or replace it with something else. It's the same thing like in dog. It's called principles of conditioning.
Like Pavlov's dog?
Yeah, Pavlov's theory with the dogs, with the saliva and the ringing the bell and shit like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Principles of conditioning, bro. And once you get to a certain point in the conditioning, in order to advance past that point where everybody stop looking like a robot, they do what they call ratio. You know, like you know, you train a dog.
You're kind of glitching out again, bro. I'm not trying to cut you off, but
Nah, you're fine.
I know you know what you're talking about, and I want everybody in chat to hear what's being said because it's true.
Well, I know it's my phone. I'm my phone.
Oh, you're good now. Right now, you're perfect.
Okay. So when you train a dog to sit and you give him a reward, right?
Yes.
It will be, if you keep doing that over and over and over again, right? It'll start to become a deficiency. Like the dog will start to misbehave because he's used to that repetition, and now he needs a different type of stimuli. So what they've developed is a ratio to reward training. And the ratio would be like for every time he sits, every other correct sit, he would get a reward. And you can switch it up. And eventually you can extinct out the reward and the dog will just sit by itself. And I think that's what they've been doing with us for, hundreds of years, man. That's why a lot of people just do shit and they don't even know how they did it, or it's just
they just sync up almost.
Yeah.
You know what? This is nasty, but like in a female prison.
I think it's my phone, man.
Yeah, it's just sometimes, bro. It ain't all the time. But in a female prison, on like the female floor or whatever of the jail, when they have their time of the month, If there's some in there that are in there for like a year, like 9 months, or however long their sentence is, all those girls that are in together will start having their time of the month at the same time.
Yeah.
This is true. No, there's something about people linking up. My wife would tell me that about her. She has 7 sisters, and she'd tell me about that. I'm like, nah, I think you guys are tripping.
Yeah.
But she swears by it, bro, that's real. And you know what? I got gout, and my brother's got gout. My father-in-law got gout. I'm really careful about what I eat because I don't want to have freaking that shit is painful. You know what I'm saying? Gout is, they say, it's worse than giving birth. Gout, I got it bad, you know what I'm saying, when I eat, so I got to be really careful. So here's the thing: my doctor gives me loads of medicine I don't take because I treat it with diet. However, my father-in-law, that fool just eats whatever he wants, and he just like, I'll just take a pill after the steak, you know what I'm saying, and then he'll deal with the pain. But every time he does it, I get a gout attack. And I'd be pissed. Like every time I wake up and my foot's tingling, I'm looking at my wife like, I bet you anything, I'm gonna see your dad and he's gonna be limping because he ate something stupid and now I got gout. I don't know why it works like that, but something is up
Yeah,
when it
bro.
comes to that.
Well, it's the whole thing, that whole nature and nurture, like the twins have been separated and they grow up and come to find out they married the same lady with the same name, they drove the same car, had the same job, played the same sports,
Yeah.
named their
Hey,
dog the same name, both were valedictorian of their high school.
Mhm.
Just weird shit, coincidences like that, bro.
Look at
And that
okay.
Steve.
can't be nurture, right? Because nurture is your product of your environment.
Yeah.
That's more nature, because how is
It
uh,
is nature.
twin one over on this side of town doing the
hmm
exact same thing twin two is on this side of town, and they never met? They grew up their whole lives doing the same shit.
Yeah, I was telling Steve, man. You remember when Steve got sick a few months ago and he got gout really bad to go to the hospital?
Yeah.
Right? When did that happen, man? It happened because his dad visited him, and his dad hasn't visited him for a couple of years because the whole traveling stuff with the stay
Yeah.
home thing, right?
Climate change. Yeah,
Yeah,
climate change
but his
happened.
dad came. His dad came, and his dad has serious gout where he has to have surgeries. And as soon as he left, Steve got a big old gout attack. And I told him about what happened. I said, "Look, man, this is how it is with me and my father-in-law. It might be the same for you and your pops."
That whole sympathy pain and shit. They say that shit's real. Some dudes will be like they're going through labor right along with their wife and shit. Just freak out and start holding themselves and say, "Man, call
You
me when
know,
I cramped up. I did this. It all hurt. It hurt." So I felt everything she was feeling.
But
I didn't
that
feel
goes to
the
show you,
pain,
bro.
but
That goes to
what?
show the power of the mind. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
Yeah,
um,
bro.
I didn't feel the pain, but I got nauseous and I was feeling some weird
I
stuff.
cried at every one of my kids being
Uh,
young, bro. I don't know. I lost it. I didn't like cry, but I was like, damn, it's so magical.
yeah, that's what's up. Oh, I got some horror stories from when my baby was born, man. My first one.
So,
The nurse passed out. I almost cut my daughter's hand off and a
damn.
bunch of weird stuff.
How
nurse,
the hell? Where the hell you was delivering her at?
Man, in the ghetto, bro. Don't go to the hospital in the ghetto, man, because they had like 5 nurses there, and then I'm over here, my wife's head, and the nurse that was holding my wife's right foot. I don't know why they had to be there because they had the thing to hold her legs up. He's over there looking down and passing out. That my wife's, the baby's coming out. He's like, I can't take it no more. And then he ran away. And I was like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And then the doctor was like, grab her leg. So in my left hand, I had the back of her head. And with my right hand, I had her ankle. And I'm holding her head and her ankle. And I'm just like trying to encourage her. So that whole thing went down. I'm over here pissed because the doctor, this nurse scared the hell out of me because he took off. And then when we had to put the baby on when you cut the umbilical cord,
Yeah.
doctor goes, okay. He goes, come here, dad. He goes, hold the scissors, and I hold it, and then he goes, all right, I'm gonna put the umbilical cord right here. All you got to do is pull down, just squeeze down and cut the umbilical cord. I'm like, all right, and he puts the umbilical cord right there, and they're holding my daughter's arm, so it doesn't nothing happens. As I'm about to pull down the damn scissors or whatever you call those things,
Yeah.
right when I'm about to apply pressure and cut the umbilical cord, my daughter slips out of the nurse's grip. I don't know how the grip she couldn't hold on to the hand and stuck her hand right in the scissors like this.
Damn.
As I was pushing, and I stopped, right, and I was already pushing. The scissors was on her skin already, man. And I stopped and I looked at him and I almost cussed that nurse out. And I was like, "What the hell are you doing? Are you freaking serious right now?" I almost cut my daughter's hand off. How would that have? Oh my gosh. Anyways, it was a crazy experience.
Was that the
What?
one that fainted?
No, man, that was the second nurse that let me down that day.
What have we got now? Like 3 people in chat?
Sabotaged you.
Or am I
I don't know.
missing?
It says 17. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, but he was probably listening, bro. I'm talking about actually chatting, buffering Garrett and
Oh,
Forever.
so
Yeah, it got 17 watch. But the hospitals, man, have always been troubling for me, man. Ever since I was a little kid, I never liked the hospital. I always had bad vibes about the hospital.
hmm.
Like
And
what?
then I met this doctor one time. I got hit by a car. I met this doctor, and he gave me this weird ass vibe, bro. Like at the time, I thought it was a strange, just a strange feeling. But now, as an older guy, I got this. I can identify what I think the vibe was. He was like a serial killer, man. Yeah,
Damn.
he was so cold and callous and shit.
Huh.
He came in to observe me, right, to see if I was okay, and there was a nurse in there, and then him and the nurse kind of like got into like a staring contest. You know how you send signals with your eyes to somebody?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he came in to see me, and I was watching the nurse because she was pretty good looking, and I was a little kid. I was probably around about 7, and the nurse, I noticed she was just staring at him intensely, and then he looking at my paperwork, and he's looking at me, and then he kind of like looked up at her. You know how he like did a double take, and they
Yeah.
made eye contact, and I'm looking at her, and I'm noticing she's doing that, like, trying to like signal with her eyes type thing, and then he just kind of did this. He did this sound with his mouth like, and just put the chart down and walked out.
What the?
Yeah, man. And then my mom came in the room, and they were like, "Yeah, he's ready to go. He's fine. He's just got a couple bruises and scrapes." But I think that dude was coming in there to try to harvest me, bro, straight up.
Wow.
And that nurse she kind of took up for me.
Damn.
This was in Sacramento, California, man, at UC Davis Medical. Yeah,
The nurse protected you, you said?
yeah, bro. Because the way she was looking at him, she was looking at him like with this frown on her face, and she had this still. She didn't do it. The only thing that made an impression was her eyes. That was it. And when they made eye contact, she did it intensely to him, right? And then he just was like, okay, and put the chart down and left. You know what I'm saying? Almost like how a female dog would protect her puppies.
Yeah.
She'll growl and be like, "Arr!" And then the other dog would be like, okay, it ain't worth it, and just walk out. Just like that, bro.
He could have went up there, dude, and shot you up or whatever, and said his heart, he didn't make it, guys.
Yeah, bro.
Mhm.
That's the
And
thing.
then boom, you're worth however much tissue, heart, lungs, liver,
Yeah.
Yeah,
kidneys, eyeballs.
straight up.
Fuck. Those harvesters are
Fuck,
some bastards, bro.
fuck,
Yeah, bro. That's the type of impression I got from that dude.
yeah, go with weird vibes for sure. You know what, bro? When I was in the hospital and I fucking died twice when I got into that 4-wheeling wreck,
Mhm.
I swear I seen a switch Now, granted, I was on some killer ass pain, like Dilaudid, fentanyl, fucking ketamine, you name it, I was on it. All kinds of cocktails. I even had a little switch where I had morphine. Come up out of it, bro. Well, when they woke me up out of surgery, because I was so far under, they had to give me 7 of them Narcans. You know, the one Narcan it takes to get a meth head to pop up and shit.
Yeah.
Get out and wake his ass
Oh,
up. And it
yeah.
took 7 of them to get me to wake up, bro.
Damn.
You
I was
remember
out.
anything from when you were down? Are you down?
I remember like the initial wreck and talking to my nephew for a little bit.
Mhm.
And I remember talking to my mom at the first hospital. They took me to Kalamazoo first. And
You were awake.
how did we get on this story? Oh, the organ donor harvesting.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. I'll get there. But if some people don't know, man, I got into a fucking terrible 4-wheeling accident in 2018.
Hmm.
You know, I died twice. I broke 17 of my ribs. You only have 22 ribs in your body. Broke my collarbone, ruptured my spleen, punctured both lungs. I was on a breathing machine. They did a fucking surgery. They cut my back open, and I have 7 of my ribs are now metal plates because they were so fucking crushed. They couldn't even. 3 of them, I think he said 3. My sisters told me this because I don't remember this, but the doctor told her that we were able to get 3 of them and just place it back together. They said, but the other ones were so bad they just had to take pieces and like splice them together with the metal. So your shit will grow back, your bones will regenerate.
Yeah, they do. But they can't regenerate
But
without
here,
something to they can regenerate on.
right, that's what these plates are. They're like little plates that got holes in them and shit where the bone marrow can go through the holes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Here's the thing, bro, is while I was in there and I was sitting kind of like reclined up, you know what I mean? Because my everything was crushed and I couldn't sit straight up. I couldn't lay flat because it would hurt. And every night when it started getting dark out, certain people in the room would change.
Oh.
And
Damn.
bro, and that could be my nurses. And I fell on this whole side, so my whole left arm was peeled off.
Mm.
My whole leg and shit was peeled off. I must have slid. It was a gravel road at night in
Yeah.
summertime. I was wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
Damn.
My nephew was with me too. He was on his 4-wheeler ahead of me, and he flew back and got me, and he just was standing over me, screaming and crying. It knocked me out too. I had like a small head injury, like a small concussion, but it wasn't nothing that affected anything long term. Long
Mm.
term, long term, long term. Oh, he's glitching. Nah. but 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 bro, it was an ordeal, bro. It was an ordeal. And back to the harvesting part, I literally thought I was like, all right, these people are here to fucking put me down, put me under. They're here to kill me.
Yeah.
The one chick's face was like a real creepy, like um Muppet orange and shit. And the other one was
Oh.
just thicker and hers, but they looked like weird aliens. Like they changed, almost like reptilian. But the other girl, like the head nurse, hers was red. And then
Mm.
every night there was a dude in this big hat that would sit right on the side of my bed. Bro, I've seen it. This is what I was witnessing in my mind, whether it be
Yeah.
drug induced or not. But sitting there at night, and every night it was a switch because my mom and my sister stayed in my room for like the first 4 nights after I woke up.
Uh,
I was I mean, yeah, it's hallucinating, but bro, you're on that threshold where you're in
You're
that
almost in the veil. Yeah.
that
Yeah.
veil. Yeah, you're slapping under in the different realms.
Yeah.
And I feel like I crossed and I seen who was evil and shit, just like that they live. Because
Mm-hmm.
I could clearly see my
Yeah.
sister, my mom sitting there. I was trying to talk to him, but I had all the breathing tubes in my throat, so I couldn't talk for like 5 days, and everything hurt. My fucked my throat up, and
Yeah.
I was like, and they said David. My mom and my sister were kind of like freaking out. She goes, "Whatever you were looking at, or you thought you saw it," she said, "I believe you saw it because."
Yeah.
She said, like, this is she said you were trying to tell us something, and what you were doing with your eyes, like I was trying to tell him to get out. His sun's going down and shit. I was fearing for them too, and they were normal. They never changed, but the nurses did. And then this guy would show up, bro, and he would jump. He would sit at the edge of my bed, and and it could have just been because my arm was ripped apart, but I was getting the sensation that he would poke me and stab me because I would get those sharp pains. And I remember looking at him and seeing him and shit and having him look up at me and kind of duck down lower. Bro, as creepy as it sounds, it was 100% real to me. Okay. So I was
Wow.
just taking my little sheet and shit because it was hot. It was in the summertime, July, and pulling my sheet up and trying to like pull my arm over to the inside. And it's like, like trying to keep it away from this guy, so he won't keep stabbing me. And it would work for a while, and I'd fall asleep, and all of a sudden I'd feel, and he would jump back down. Dude, it was all night long. And every time they would come in to do anything to me, they were still co- off colored. And
Wow. That's great. That's just like night they live. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to see
and here's another thing too
him
that I
behind them.
that I think is kind of even a little bit trippier is the second time I died. I guess I was dead for a little while. I don't know the exact time, but they said it was a lot longer than they felt comfortable with.
Mm.
And I thought to myself, man, it took me a year or two to come up with this synopsis, but I was thinking, what if demons followed me back out and I was like a prized commodity for some reason? They tried getting me twice, and God said no. And so here they are walking around me at night. And I'm thinking, man, these guys want to kill me and harvest my organs. How I had it
Hmm.
all laid out in my mind. It was fucked up, bro. Like I said, if it was a hallucination, it was totally believable. I see how people can, but here on the same breath, I don't see what the allure of being in that state of mind all day and shit would be. But yet you see people going driving down Kensington Avenue in Pennsylvania, and there's all them zombies just slumped over, standing there. The whole street's full of them, bro.
Yeah.
It's like that's how they live and shit. I was in a medical environment, but
Hey, I got something for you. That
what's up?
that'll probably be like a little bit of that. You ever had your eyes dilated by the optometrist?
Hmm.
Hey, do you remember how it felt when your eyes totally dilated? It was like a gradual thing, and then all of a sudden the light just started becoming unbearable.
Man, I was real young when it happened. I had glasses for 3 years.
I just did that 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. So you know how your eyes the light becomes unbearable, and you can put those shades on, and it'll help out with it.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, my grandma had hers done, and she had
Yeah.
them little thin shades, or just like plastic shades.
Uh huh.
Mm.
Yes, they look like some granny shades and shit.
So they put eye drops in your eyes, a liquid on your eyeballs, and it made your eyes become so sensitive to light that you needed something a protective lens over them to block the rays. Now, what if you didn't have that protective lens to block the rays? then you would probably see things in a spectrum that you normally wouldn't see. And that's what some drugs do to you. They'll make your eyes dilate so much that you can see certain spectrums of light that you would normally see without that dilation. So when I was practicing law enforcement, right? I'm saying this because it was in the military. We used to do the hand-eye stynagnus test, where they tell you watch the eye, don't move your head, and you go all the way to the side. And we're looking for that little jumping motion that the eyes make when you're intoxicated and shit. Also, the dilation of the eyes.
It twitches.
Yeah, the dilation of the eyes allows too much light in. That way, people will get temporarily blinded from normal lights, like a flashlight and shit like that. That's why most of the time the cops shine the light in your eyes like that. Because if you're high and your pupils are dilated, the light will temporarily blind you, and then it'd be easier for them to apprehend you and shit. So yeah, bro, that's how they used to know that they were fighting with addicts when they would become blinded from the light. When a normal person would just squint and put their hand up, a person that was blinded by light would actually feel that light pain and shit. You know what I'm saying? And they would shy away from the light a lot. So it's
Wow.
weird though. So you probably was seeing a certain spectrum of light, bro. It could have been on that spectrum. You were able to see entities that are actually walking around us, and then you were actually probably seeing most people's true nature
Yeah.
with those ladies with the faces and shit. So I wouldn't blow that shit off like it was hallucination because
It was definitely. I mean, my mom and sister know, and I told my mom, I was like, I saw whatever I saw.
Mm-hmm.
I was totally aware of what was happening around me. You know what I mean? How do I remember talking to them and trying to get their attention, and the fact that how I was sitting and watching the sun go down because they had these big badass windows. It was in
Mm-hmm.
this time I was in Battle Creek.
Mhm.
They took me from Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo didn't have a trauma team that could do anything for me, and I was dying again. So they took me up there, and I guess I died there. So I
How did
died.
it feel? How did it feel when you say you were dying again and they took you up there and you died? So was it like a gradual thing?
Yeah, I could feel like I was fading out, bro. And what happened too is my spleen, it was ruptured, and they didn't catch that right in the beginning. So about the time they took me out of that first unit room and then put me into the intensive care where I had my own little room,
Mhm.
dude come in to give me breathing treatments, and I remember looking at him, and it was like I was looking down this tunnel, but it was like everything was fading to black, like I was closing out, or you know. And I remember him leaning in, going, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "No." He said I turned gray. And what happened was my blood pressure like tanked. And luckily, what this dude was in there for was to give me a little breathing treatment.
Mhm.
He was some kind of a medical guy too. He had the fucking Jones around his neck, and he knew what to do and shit. Thank God, he just wasn't some newbie they put in there to, you know what I mean? Anything could have happened, bro. And there's another
Yeah.
creepy thing about this whole story, Loyal, that I know you haven't heard. But so when I was dying to get when my spleen was rupturing. It was like poisoning me or whatever, and
Mhm.
tanked out my blood pressure, and so they rushed me to surgery on this gurney. And this the fucked up part is, as he was pushing the gurney through the doors, the little side rail hit, and the nurse had wrapped my chest tube because it was a little bit longer. She wrapped it around the side rail, so it hung straight down. Well, that got pinched in between the door and the gurney, and when he pushed it through, it went one revolution around the wheel and pulled the chest tube right out of my lung.
Damn.
Oh, damn.
It was rough, bro, and I was wide awake during all of it, bro. I was screaming. I was like, no, it fucking hurt so bad.
Mm.
And then they hooked that back up and shit. And then they had to go through my groin to do up my spleen.
Damn, bro. You gonna give me nightmares, man.
But here, get this, bro. On top of, not to top it all off, but want to know something that's even eerie and creepy?
Sad.
Is out of all the places I could have went to, right? They could have had like life flight fly you out. You know, they can fly you up to Borges or Bronson, anywhere. And out of all the places I went to, I ended up in Spectrum Hospital at this hospital called Butterworth. And the doctor in there, his last name is the exact same last name as mine, who saved my life. He's the one that did my rib surgeries and shit.
Wow.
I never met the dude. He, oh, it's weird. I just,
That is weird, man.
all
Mm.
the people that could have saved my life that night, it was the same name as mine.
Huh.
Hell yeah. Well, you know what,
Like
man?
there's a reason for all that.
I know, bro. But you know that topped my night right there, brothers.
Oh.
I'm glad you're here though, chap, man. And I
Yeah,
appreciate
man, I'm here for a reason, bro. So I feel like it's not been fulfilled yet, too. I mean, granted, I got 5 kids that I had to be here for. Although all
Mm.
my kids were already living when I wrecked, you know what I mean? They could
you.
have went on and lived their lives, you know, without me. But so if you take that out of the equation, then another thing that I ponder is why, you know?
Oh, he dropped.
All right,
Yeah,
so
man, it's a crazy story, bro. I didn't get to hear that, and I don't think I heard you share that before. Maybe I don't know if you have.
yeah, I have.
Um,
I've shared it a few times.
that's crazy, man.
That's why a lot of times I've been moving around and shit. My shit
Hmm.
hurts. That's why I smoke so much weed. I'm on disability. I'm on like a strict income and shit. So it's
I
like,
see.
you know,
Yeah. Well, I
well,
mean,
really is just chill out and get on YouTube and shit. Stay home, stay out of trouble.
but now you learn all the shit that you know. You know what I'm saying? Now you
All right.
know everything and there's a reason why you know all that too. Because yeah, I mean, I had that talk too with my wife too when I started talking about this stuff, and it reminds me of Jim from The Office when he was trying to leave the office, and he was like, "But what am I gonna do with all the knowledge of the paper that I got?" You know what I'm saying? You know, so that's like you, man. You
Right.
or all of us, we learn this stuff.
My
Yeah,
bad,
bro.
guys. My
Are you
bad.
good, man?
Oh, you good,
Nah, my
bro?
phone went dead, man. But
Damn.
I didn't want you to think that I just jumped off, man. But I am
No,
about
that's
to
all
call
right.
it
You
a night.
said goodbye anyway. I was just figuring you was bouncing. Shit, it's cool. I know, no
Nah,
hard
I am.
feelings.
I'm about to bounce out, but my phone just went dead, bro. Shit, I was
Damn.
trying to
You're
keep it
good,
on as
man.
low as possible. Hey, but you
You
guys have a
busting
good night.
muscle.
Boys.
Later,
Yeah,
bro.
man. Thanks for coming up, Loyal. Serious,
You,
man.
hey, good, great show, brother.
Now, granted, this isn't my ribs, bro, but this is what it is. This might be not for YouTube though, bro. Let me find one. Uh, like right here. This one kind of like this, but worse. Um, go back to StreamYard, and then after this, I'm gonna hop off too, bro. So it look like you can get some rest. We can go on for a while. 4 hours and 44 minutes.
Damn. Yeah, I gotta get it. I didn't know Steve and Nina went live.
Uh-uh. Stop screen. All
Man.
right, I'm just gonna show this one picture real quick, bro, and then I'm saying goodbye now, right? Share screen. Here's entire screen. Allow. Go here. All right, right there, bro. That's what my ribs look like.
Oh, damn.
But see this rib here, you got ribs 1 through 11. I broke 2 through 10, all on my left side. A bunch of them are crushed. But this isn't mine, you know what I mean? I just typed it in. It's called rib plating. But see, this is like clean break and stuff. My shit is fucked up. I got a big ass scar goes down my whole back and shit. He worked on me for like 10 hours. It was supposed to be a 4-hour surgery. And I had another doctor come in and reset my collarbone and shoulder.
Wow.
Right here, see this? How there's nothing there? The third, fourth, and fifth, sixth.
Yeah.
I got a bunch of them like that.
Damn, I had never seen this kind of surgery like that. I mean,
I don't want
damn.
that legit.
So it's all replaced with metal then.
Titanium, I'm guessing, yeah.
Wow. That's crazy.
I am
I mean,
shit,
sucks to happen. Sucks to happen to you, but
bro. This was fun. Everybody seems to like it, so.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming up. You know,
I'll chill with you anytime, bro. Just get a hold of me.
Kept the show alive and brought a lot of good information, man. I appreciate you helping out with that chat. And appreciate everybody that stopped by and all the people in the
God bless
chat.
you. Peace out.
You guys are awesome, man. And we're gonna end it here.
Get some rest, bro.
Yeah.
Hit me up on Discord anytime you want to do something or whatever. That's where I always check that.
Yeah, I don't really know my schedule because I've just been unpacking and
mine's pretty flexible, bro. If I'm not doing stuff with my kid, my daughter's with me now, but she's sleeping out there. But she'll chill with me all weekend. My oldest daughter. And then I'll get the three of the little. My son's got wrestling and shit he's doing.
Oh, nice.
If I'm not hanging out with them, bro, I'm usually chilling at home, cooking, laying low, doing YouTube shit, memes, in chat rooms, taking it easy.
Same here, man. Same here. I try to pop in whenever I can. And everybody's got a night, that they be doing their karaoke's and all that. But yeah, man, we'll do something like this again soon.
I bring it every day. How you doing?
Hey, welcome back, Kelly. Let's see. And Lucky was here, man. That was cool. Check out that dude, man. Lucky.
I'm out of drink too. It's meant to be. I just want to take a drink and this bitch is dry. Can't have that. Not being a weed smoker, you gotta have that. You gotta have that. Thirst
That's what I hear. All right. We'll end it here, man. Appreciate it. Yep. Nice chat. Much love, brother.
Be safe, all right?
Yeah. Yep.
God
Peace
bless.
to everybody. Take care. God bless you all. And out of everything that we talk about, there's a lot of things to question. I hope you enjoyed all the information that was brought forth by Chap and Loyal and everybody else up in the chat that helped out with the contributions of information. Point is, we got to question everything, man. There's a lot going on and a lot that doesn't add up. And do know that, it's a theme here in our channel here. Out of all the truth that we share, the number one truth is that your Lord and Savior is Jesus Christ. And he can be your best friend, your redeemer, everything you need. All right. Much love, big chap. Thanks a lot again. Appreciate all that. All right. Peace, you guys. I'm out.